Board of Education will now come to order. Roll call. Hanson.
Here.
Meek.
Here.
Myers.
Here.
Peterson here. Ray.
Here.
Williams.
Here.
Weininger.
Here.
Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, moving right into item number 4, Career and Technical Education Month video. And
Okay.
I'll turn it over to the superintendent.
Terrific. Good evening, everyone. February is Career and Technical Education Month. Later in the agenda, you'll be hearing some amazing updates about all of our pathways, including CTE, concurrent enrollment, work-based learning, and more, thanks to all the amazing folks in our audience. We have so much to celebrate in Douglas County School District around post-secondary education. So I want to take a moment to encourage our community to attend the Career Pathways Expo taking place at the DCSD Legacy Campus on February 16th. This will be the place to learn more about all the awesome post-secondary options you will see tonight and the many, many more that are available to our students. In honor of Career and Technical Education Month, here is a short video highlighting a few of the CTE programs offered in our district. You can learn about all of our offerings on the DCSD website. So with that, we'll play the video.
I teach yearbook, newspaper, and video production, all of which are advanced classes. Kids are learning all kinds of marketable skills in my classes. We're learning about reporting and writing and storytelling, photography, graphic design, video editing.
Networking classes, they're learning to program routers and switches and basically set up the backbone of a network because everybody's got to connect to the internet. For a lot of the students, it's the first time that they take a college level class, and for 5 credit hour college class to do in 9 weeks, there's a lot of work.
They learn how to problem solve. They also learn how to do alignments, rotates, oil changes, pretty much light maintenance. They also learn how to weld on cars. Pretty much anything in the industry is what I'm teaching them.
We have actual animals in the classroom.
So everyone gets to bring in their animals, and we get to teach kids about new animals and new breeds of animals.
All of us FFA members are passionate about agriculture.
I think everyone should join to get an idea of where their food comes from and build their leadership skills.
We've been blessed with a commercial kitchen through the bond. In catering 1, they learned the basics, how to read a recipe. We really hit on like breakfast cookery, measuring, cooking techniques. We offer catering 2. That goes more into safety, more safety and sanitation. They earn their food handler certification through ServSafe.
Highlands Ranch High School is actually the only school in the whole district that offers Project Lead the Way. The class now is a junior-senior course called Aerospace Engineering. Essentially, Aerospace Engineering is a really specialized mechanical engineering degree program. They learn everything about flight mechanics, the physics of flight. There's a flight simulator. They learn how to fly an aircraft. They know how to control an aircraft. We do orbital, space mechanics. We do some robotics in here. We finish off the year with rockets, and that's really cool.
It's like CSI stuff they see on TV, like crime scene analysis, forensic interviews, interrogation. You can see a little remnants of the crime lab. There's blood splatter on the ceiling. There's a crime scene, so the kids had to analyze, collect evidence. When we go over sentencing in this class, we're aligned with Arapahoe Community College, so it's called concurrent enrollment. They can simultaneously receive high school credit and college credit, which is, they can go to college with a head start.
Ready? Buck up! Doing good.
There's no other program like it in the country.
I knew that being a firefighter is very physically demanding, and it certainly has been so far.
A lot of them want to be firefighters and are really serious about doing this.
I really enjoy coloring hair. I really like to see the transformation on people, and I just think it brings a lot of people a lot of happiness to, look their best.
Cosmetology was one of our areas of focus. It's a need that has not been able to be met equitably here in the district prior to having this program.
lots of student interest, not a lot of opportunity.
This feels really good just because I know that as I'm going through college and stuff that I'll have something there that when I enjoy, a job that I can enjoy and have fun in, and something that can genuinely support me.
And with that, we will move on to item number 5, superintendent updates.
Okay, thank you very much, President Peterson. Just a few quick updates about what's going on in our school district. I had the privilege of attending the spelling bee on Saturday. If you have never attended a spelling bee, it is incredible. It's an incredible experience. It's very humbling. I learned lots of new words that I have not heard before, let alone spelled. It's amazing how talented our kids are. 59 schools participated in school-level spelling bees and sent finalists to the district spelling bee. We had 72 spellers participate in the district spelling bee. 25 finalists moved on to they will move on to the written round of the state spelling bee. So our top 25 will participate in the state spelling bee in the written portion on February 23rd. In addition, we had our first, second, and third place winner, and it took a lot of words to get the third and fourth place winner sorted out. We thought they would never finish spelling like crazy, and it was just amazing how much they know. Our first place winner was Connor Galan from Mesa Middle School. Our second place winner was Zach Kuhl from Parker Core Knowledge. And in third place, we had Olivia Small from American Academy at Lincoln Meadows. So this week is National Counselor Appreciation Week. So if you haven't, please take a moment to thank a counselor, email a counselor, talk to a counselor. The counselors in our district do incredible things for our kids, and we are so blessed to be able to have a counselor in every school and to have the counseling ratios that we have, thanks to the 2018 mill levy override. So thank you so much from all of us to all of our school counselors out there. February is also Black History Month. It's a great time to reflect on our heroes and heroines in the African American community. I know I have quite a few, from Harriet Tubman to Frederick Douglass to Martin Luther King Jr. So it's a great time to really reflect on the great contribution to history that African Americans have made in our amazing country. It is also coming up on February 15th is School Resource Officer Appreciation Day. So we will be doing something to make sure we thank our school resource officers. We are very grateful for everything that they do to keep our schools safe. We're grateful to our law enforcement partners for working with us to have school resource officers in our schools. We are in a very unique position in our district with the partnerships that we have, and we're just thrilled to have them in our schools. Wish Weeks are currently going on. So for those of you who are not aware of Wish Weeks, many of our high schools participate in an annual fundraiser with Make-A-Wish Foundation to make sure to grant a wish to a very sick child. And the entire high school community and often the entire feeder community get involved in Wish Week and raising money for Make-A-Wish Foundation. I had the privilege of being at Douglas County High School's Wish Week this week, all dolled up in my purple. And it was amazing. They raised over $85,000 for Make-A-Wish Foundation, which is a record for Douglas County High School. And it was just amazing to be in the gym with all of the Douglas County High School students, just watching, and the young man that they granted a wish for, just watching how they all rally around him and his family and cheered him on, and just looking in the stands at all the children, all the kids participating and being really excited about doing something amazing for another person was just inspiring to watch. What was really one of the funny things that struck me was they have a video where they review the activities of the week where they've raised money, and Principal Kappas leaned over and said the kids' favorite was bingo night. I thought that was really funny. So maybe it's coming back. I don't know. Let's see, we have our incoming 8th grader nights are beginning in our high schools. Hiring season will be kicking off soon, so we're working really hard to post our jobs publicly sooner than we normally do to try to get us out ahead of the hiring market as we possibly can. I'm proud to say that on March 3rd, Douglas County School District at our new Legacy campus is hosting the statewide job fair for teachers that's being sponsored by CASE. So we will be hosting all the other districts right here at our Legacy campus and having all of the teachers statewide come and participate in the job fair. Of course, I asked if our table could be out front, you know, just to take every advantage we can get. Finally, we did kick off the equity survey this week, and I do want to make sure people know a couple of things based on a few questions that we've had. One is that there was a concern around the privacy statement at the beginning because it made it sound perhaps like we were collecting private information. That question is really asking for their permission to fill out the survey. So when they're talking about your personal information, they're actually talking about your survey answers. They're just getting permission to gather your survey answers. We did send a clarification out on that. Also, we've had some people report that they could take the survey more than once. We're aware of that, as is Hanover. Hanover's aware of that as well. And that was on purpose, as I understand it from Hanover, because we want to make sure that people who are in multiple roles, such as a staff member and a parent, are able to take the survey from both lenses, and to make sure it's available to our community outside of just who's on our email list. Hanover Research has been a very prominent researcher for a long time. They very much have the methods behind the scenes to be able to throw out, surveys that come from a hot IP where it's been filled out maybe 20 times or 10 times from the exact same IP address. So they are able to detect anomalies in the survey based on people filling them out lots of times from the same place. But really, the idea was to make sure that we can reach our community that we don't have on our email list. And then I think that is all of my updates for this month. So thank you so much for participating in all of those appreciation days, and thank you to all of our counselors this week.
Okay, any quick questions for the superintendent? Director Weininger.
Well, I was wondering, Superintendent Kane, if you wouldn't mind sharing where people who aren't on the email list, where they could be able to take the survey. Is it on our website?
It should be posted on social media, and if anyone has any trouble accessing the survey, they are welcome to reach out to the communications department or to Mr. Reynolds. Thank you.
Director Ray.
Just a couple other questions I think we've heard from our community. One is the project cost of Hanover, and the second question was in terms of how they developed the questions. Was there a point person in our district that Hanover consulted with to develop those questions?
Yes, we worked with Hanover to develop the questions. Mr. Reynolds and his department worked with them in order to develop questions. But really, the development of questions, once the scope was understood, Hanover needed to have it a certain way in order for their research to be valid in the way that they do it. And then to answer your second question, I will have to, yes, there was a cost. It was significantly less than an FTE, so I will have to go get that answer for you.
Great, thanks.
Director Meek.
Yeah, my only question, will we have an opportunity to hear from Hanover when they present the results?
Yes.
Would you like to elaborate? No, that's fine. Okay, any other questions? Okay, we will move on to item number 6, the Douglas County School District Pathway Updates, which I believe Mr. Windsor will key up since he stood up.
Yes, Assistant Superintendent Windsor will kick this off, and I just want to personally thank again all of these folks who came to showcase our pathways.
Good evening, Board of Directors. It's very nice to see you. This night is probably the night I want to look forward to the entire year when we get to talk about the incredible things that are happening in our schools. Obviously, it's a great opportunity for us to celebrate our staff, celebrate our incredible students, as well as our families that support our students as well. Do want to thank Superintendent Kane for all of her support around continuing our pathway work to ensure that we provide students a competitive advantage when they leave Douglas County schools. And so I am going to limit my time. I could take at least 8 hours to talk about this in particular, but I want obviously the stars of the show to have a chance to talk about this particular work. When we look at Douglas County schools, obviously we are committed about making sure we can provide each of our students an opportunity to be engaged, find their passions, explore them with depth. And tonight we have an opportunity to kick off the night in a great way. It's to recognize a couple of amazing students and a teacher that I've known for 16 years who has been in this district for a few years longer than that. Deb, I will not say how much longer. But we have a chance to recognize a couple of students just to kick off our night. I'd like to bring up Cohen Roush and Dawson Kern, as well as Miss Debbie Towser. If you guys can come up here and join me, give them a round of applause. So I'm going to first talk about Miss Towser real quick, if you don't mind, and we're going to celebrate the students here in a second. So Miss Towser absolutely cannot stand public recognition, and so I'm going to pay for this later. Miss Towser, I've known for 16 years. She opened up Legend High School and had an incredible vision about providing students the opportunity to, one, explore their passion with depth, but also the opportunity to give our kids tangible currency to prepare them for the future. And so Ms. Towser has been a quiet sleeping giant in our district about providing incredible opportunities for students. And I'm very proud of the work that Deb has done for such a long time. Her students absolutely get a benefit from the work that she does. But the one thing, if you ever walk into Deb's classroom, she empowers her learners. And that is the one thing that I can't appreciate more than anything is about empowering them. It has incredibly high expectations. And so I did for a moment want to have a chance to recognize Ms. Towser because she is an absolute gem in this district. So thank you, Deb, for all the work that you do. Now I get to recognize Cohen and Dawson. So these two amazing individuals here took on an incredible feat of getting certified in SolidWorks. And SolidWorks is, I'll let them speak to a little about those details. But they have received a recognition that I don't know any other students actually in Douglas County that have received this recognition, but also is incredibly recognized by industry as well. So these two gentlemen had a chance to be able to earn, had to pass 6 different basically certification exams to get to this final one, which is a SolidWorks expert certification. To give you some context, these guys get from SolidWorks like a special business card logo that actually goes on a card for their certifications. They get to be a part of a network of a director of individuals that have these credentials. They can basically solve any modeling issue there is around SolidWorks, and they really have set themselves apart in this process. And so do want to say a huge congratulations. These guys are, I think, 16 and 18 years old. Is that correct? Okay, 16 and 18 years old, earning recognition that some of these folks that have been in industry for 20 years haven't had a chance to. So I just want to make sure you understand the magnitude, but we would like to recognize both Cohen and Dawson. And Deb, I'm going to have you hand these out to them real quick, if you don't mind. I know parents probably want a picture too, that want to have a chance to hand these out to them and give them a chance to share a word about what it means to get certified and how much it means to you as well. So if you, one, give them a round of applause, congratulations, and I'll hand this mic over to you. Who wants to speak first? All right, Dawson is, Dawson and Cohen are willing to speak. I'll hand it over to you and let you guys talk a little bit about it.
Yeah, so SolidWorks, basically it's pretty much what he said. SolidWorks is basically modeling, so it's all 3D modeling. If you've seen those things where people like rotate cars around and whatever, you can model basically anything in 3D. The cool part about SolidWorks specifically is that you can take a 2D sketch and the whole idea is that you can build it up to 3D with a variety of different functions. And there's a bunch of different add-ons to that. So the expert certification, there's a lot of levels of depth in SolidWorks. The first level we took, I think we both took about 3 years ago. It's been a long process. So that's the level where you're basically doing just basic modeling, simple stuff, pretty much just parts and very simple assemblies, which is where you can put multiple parts together. And then the second level, you get more in depth in the part modeling, you use some more advanced functionality. And then the other 4 tests that he mentioned, along with the 6, are some specific functions. You can create two-dimensional surfaces in SolidWorks. You can work with sheet metal, like welding type stuff. You can do advanced drawings, create like bills of materials, estimate pricing for different things, which is super useful. And then the final expert level is a 4-hour exam. We had to go in during, what was that? I think we had to go from like 12 to 4 or something on our school day and just work through a huge barrage of everything SolidWorks has to offer in terms of different parts and modeling some weird cube spheres thing. There were a lot of strange parts that I don't know why you would ever need them in real life, but it worked out. So it's a very big thing for both of us and something we've been working to for a long time.
Yeah, so like most of the stuff he said is, like, he explained SolidWorks pretty well. I don't know.
Yeah, that's great. You don't need to say anymore. That's awesome. Awesome. No, you did such a great job. Congratulations, Ms. Towser. Anything you want to add to this at all, Ms. Towser?
I'm just like super proud of these guys and know that they did all of it on their own. Like this was, I really, they're beyond me. They took this on and wanted to do that challenge on their own, and I'm really proud of them for taking that on themselves and making it something that they want to do. And I think the other thing that I think it led to for the two of them is that they both got some interviews out of some internship opportunities that were there. So I think just having that certification under their belt was really important for them getting as far as the interview process in there. So.
Thank you. Great. Well, thank you very much. I'm going to have you guys turn around because I know parents will probably want to have a photo. Ms. Towser, do you mind if you sneak on in there and we'll get a nice photo of you guys as well too here? Awesome. Thank you and congratulations. You guys can take a seat. It's an incredible honor. Thank you so much. When we look at Douglas County Schools, this is our mission statement. And when we think about our mission statement about, again, providing an educational foundation that allows each student to reach his or her individual potential can only be highlighted through, I would say, tonight. These students felt empowered, an opportunity to extend themselves to give them an advantage in future life. And so I want to hand this over to an absolutely incredible teammates here. And I'm going to start off with Mr. Dan McMinamy, who's our Executive Director of Schools for Pathways, Choice, and Alternative Education. And he will introduce the rest of our team, but just really hope you have a chance to enjoy the wonderful stories tonight and some of the details behind this. So Dan.
Thank you, Assistant Superintendent Windsor. And he has some packets he's going to be providing you here in a moment. Good evening, President Peterson, members of the board, Superintendent Kane. Thank you for the opportunity to come before you this evening. This is an exciting time in Douglas County, and over the course of the next 40 minutes, we hope to share with you some of the awesome things that are happening in our buildings. I have brought a team with me tonight because this is a really big endeavor in our district, and I wanted to make sure that you knew who's behind the scenes working on these things. They, in turn, brought some people to share perspectives, and so we have a lot of ground to cover tonight. So from the Post-Secondary Readiness Department, I would like them to please stand and be recognized. We have Amy Barker, the Post-Secondary Readiness Coordinator, Mr. Matt Chambliss, Concurrent Enrollment Specialist, Kathy Frommer, the Work-Based Learning Specialist, Christy Husby, the Accounting Specialist, and Krista Tongren, the Career and Tech Ed Specialist. Please give them a round of applause. And from our two newest opportunities for students, I know the first board meeting I attended this year, they were here, and now they're going to be back to give you an update on the work that they've done over the last 9 months, getting ready for opening this fall. From Vail, we have Leanne Hain, and from the Legacy Campus, we have Dr. Rex Kaur. Please stand. Give them a round of applause. So, you know, one of the things that I think we always need to keep in mind is how the work that we do in our district ties back into the ends that you all have established. When I look at these 5 ends around academic excellence, there's some words that jump off the page at me. Things like equitable access, promoting growth, building on student strengths, expectations being clearly articulated, curriculum that includes content, scope, and sequence, ensure performance or his or her highest potential, prepare students for college, career and tech ed, independent living, military, direct entrance into the workforce, graduate with acquired content, workforce readiness, and interpersonal skills. There's nowhere in our district that accomplishes all of these things in one classroom, and we do an excellent job with students all across our curriculum. But our CTE programming and our concurrent enrollment programming really brings these things out with the student and partners with families and kids around what they're interested in and what they want to do and be when they walk away from our schools. So we have a lot of programs in our district, and I wanted to share with you as well, why does it matter for our students? I'm sure that you can think back in your high school career, and some of the classes that you remember from high school are things that would fall under our career and tech ed programming or under concurrent enrollment. Obviously, it promotes student engagement and well-being, preparing students for post-graduation success, improving academic achievement and growth of all students, and equitable access to high-quality education are the things we hope we get out of these programs. I wanted to bring to your attention a number at the bottom in the green. The graduation rate for CTE concentrators for 21-22 was 97.8%. So the students that are in our programs, and a concentrator is a person that's in a program for 2 or more classes, they graduate from our high schools, and they're prepared to go on to whatever's next for them. So one of the things we were really interested in was, what does our current portfolio of programming look like across our district, and how does that compare to the past? As many of you know, I was here before. In 2002, I opened Rock Canyon. In 2007, I came to the district office. I was responsible for career and tech ed and concurrent enrollment when it first was really becoming a thing. And I can tell you that where it's grown from then to now has been phenomenal. And it's because of talented leaders, excellent teachers, and also a vision for how we can embed this into our curriculum so it makes sense for students and families. Currently in our career and tech ed programming, we have 52 programs. We have 11,932 seats taken in those programs, and you can see in italicized next to that, that's the growth in the last 6 years, so doubled over what we had 6 years ago. We have a lot of seats available for students, almost 15,000 seats, and we have 22 different types of certificates available for students right now. In concurrent enrollment, growing from 200 kids the very first year we had it in 2009, we now have 150 classes, around 8,000 students participating, which is double what we had 6 years ago. We have almost 10,000 seats, and this number is phenomenal because this represents a savings to our families. And that number is $3.7 million were saved this past year in tuition costs for our families. And if you think about the opportunity for kids to matriculate on to college, and for those of you that have students in college or have had them in college, you know the value of that, of doing that in our schools with our awesome teachers, providing those opportunities for our students to grow and flourish here before they decide they want to move on. Very, very proud of the program that we currently have in place, and this is only going to get better as we bring more things online. One of the things that we were really interested in this fall was taking a look at our program from the lens of how are we serving the students in our district, and where is it similar and different to our regular demographic across our district. So we took a slice of our enrollment from 9 to 12. We have about 17,244 students, top left corner. And we said, how does the performance in those areas under the subgroups, how does that match what's in our CTE program? So you can see we have 7921 students with 1 or more CTE classes, and 45.9% of the students in our high schools is participating in at least one CTE course. You can also take a look down the federal race codes, and you can see how we balance based on what is sitting in our high schools across our entire population, and then what's sitting in our CTE classrooms. And so you can see that we're very balanced there. We were also interested in the other groups that we look at across our district annually for performance. And you can see similar numbers, enrollment, the students in the CTE class, but then you take a look at the students in our career and tech ed classes compared to the rest of our program, and you can see that there's some very comparable numbers there as well. So in your packet, there is a document that looks like this, and I would direct your attention to that. And I'd like you to turn to pages 6 and 7 for me, please. And in page 6 and 7, we were looking at how do we align with the state career cluster model. And you can see, do we provide opportunities across all of the things that the state would consider career and tech ed programming? That's on page 6. And you can see we provide a lot of opportunities in each one of those areas. And we're constantly looking for how can we balance that program for our students so that we're meeting the needs of students, but we're also balanced across what we're offering as far as what the state is recommending we do. On page 7, you can see the breadth of the program across our district. And this is the places where these programs are available by program. Now, the rest of the document is by school, but very quickly, if you wanted to see, well, where do we offer health science? You could look for health science and you could see the various places that we offer it. We created this document this fall in an effort to try to communicate to our community the amazing work that's happening in our schools. With that, I would like to turn it over to Mrs. Amy Barker to provide you some more information around CTE programming and also to bring up some people that are involved in our programs.
Thank you, Dan. Thank you guys for letting us be here. As Danny mentioned, that we are always looking forward to this night each year to celebrate CTE and the wonderful opportunities and meaningful experiences that it brings to our students. So I get to be a little bit more technical in what I'm discussing, and that is kind of defining what a CTE program actually is. CTE is kind of this acronym gets thrown around, and people, it's been around since 1960s or so, and for a long time kind of evolved through what it means today. And so I want to define just quickly what a CTE program actually incorporates and what are some of the elements of it, because it is a designation that sets it apart from other just cool programs. It's not just a title that we give to these programs that are doing cool things. It's actually a state recognition, and it has some specific requirements. So as you can see at the very top, the first thing that we start with is a credentialed teacher. It is a special credential that they receive through the Department of Ed, and it has some specific requirements. That means that this teacher has experience and knowledge and content understanding to bring to our students, and that makes it relevant to industry. And getting an industry experienced teacher can be challenging. It can also mean that we have to be competitive in pay, and we really have to be able to attract some teachers in. And thankfully, we have some wonderful teachers, and we're gonna have some speak tonight about their programs, and we've been able to bring them into the district, and the wealth that they bring to our students is amazing. So we start there with the program. Then we have to have a program of study, which demonstrates that you can move through progression of learning that starts in high school from level 1 freshman all the way up to beyond high school and into post-secondary readiness. And it allows students to really kind of build their skills and to participate in advanced and rigorous level classes. So that's where the concurrent enrollment piece comes in, and having even some AP offerings in our CTE programs and different things like that. And the definition is that it has to lead to a high skill, high wage, in-demand career. And that is a state definition that we have to demonstrate. It can't just be, hey, this is a cool thing we want to do. The next piece is we have to have an advisory committee. So this is some of the work that our CTE teachers are handed, and they get to be responsible for their piece in their program. And they have to have a committee that is made up of 51% of industry individuals to advise them, to provide recommendations, and to make sure that their program is 3 R's that the state likes to use: rigorous, responsive, and relevant to industry in that development of the workforce pipeline. So each year they're meeting with their advisory committee and saying, this is what my program offers and how do we keep it relevant. The next piece is the student focus. So there's got to be opportunities for students to develop leadership, to apply their skills, to participate in different competitions. It's kind of a side note, and it's kind of like the topping on the pie that makes it fun. But it's really where students can kind of go above and beyond, earn scholarships, do some different things. And it's called a Career and Tech Student Organization. We use acronyms a lot, so we call it a CTSO. The link on there is to our state conferences that are happening right now this month, because all these students are busy preparing for competitions that they're about to participate in or getting prepared for. And these organizations are really kind of that opportunity for students to go beyond the classroom and really apply what they're learning and making it relevant. And then the last piece that should be part of every quality CTE program is work-based learning. And that's the opportunity to go from learning about work, learning through work, to learning at work. And it gives students that opportunity to have experiences where they know firsthand is this the career choice for me? Am I on the right path? So they go from job shadows, there's different industry speakers that might come in, and then we have that work-based learning opportunity and our support staff who can make sure that students can get internships. They can participate in industry-sponsored projects. There's lots of different opportunities available, and it helps students make those informed decisions about, is this for me? And I'm not going to spend thousands of dollars in the wrong place. So that's all the technical pieces of a CTE program that myself and my team, we all get to kind of be the people to support the wonderful work. But now I want to bring up the real stars, and that is one of our new industry experienced instructors, and he's at Thunder Ridge High School, and he is our new welding program instructor. Oscar, do you want to come up? This is Oscar Chaparro.
I don't know how to. Thank you. Oh, awesome. Good evening. Thank you guys for giving me the opportunity to be in here. My name is Oscar Chaparro. My first year at Thunder Ridge, and it's actually my first year ever teaching. So I come over from industry. I took it on as kind of a little bit of a learning experience. It's something that's always been intriguing to me, something I always thought there was value in it, but I didn't know how to pursue. And luckily, I don't know, through luck, I guess you could say, with Kathy, we have some mutual friends that brought me to the program, put my interest in there. And I thought it looked like an awesome opportunity to get to spread my knowledge to some of the upcoming workers, right, that are going to be part of our society. So I try to focus on that, trying to get these kids interested. I think I get a lot of kids in there because they're, sparks, fire, fun, right? Which is cool. That's a good way. It's a good way. It's a good pull. A lot of these teenage boys, that's the best way to get them. But so, we try to build on top of that, obvious. They're learning, work-based skills. They're learning about how to properly set up equipment, how to be problem solvers. But also I try to engage them in, learning about what their personal interests and aptitudes are. What are they looking for? Is this something that they're interested in? And so forth. Coming from industry, I know, for example, in the welding industry, about over 20% of our workforce is over 55 years of age, and I would say under 25 makes only 10% up of our entire workforce. So we have a gap there that we need to fill. So that's where I'm trying to bring. Even I understand, all the students that come through my door, they're not all going to be welders. However, if we can express, bring some of that knowledge to the kids, I think it'll help our society as a whole, and especially our community. And then lastly, I think what really brought me to it was, trying to give students an opportunity, or at least kids of that age an opportunity, where maybe they didn't have an interest in schoolwork, which is, some of them have to be told, it's okay, let's take what you're good at and put you somewhere else. I think that's incredibly important for these young men and women. And I think what I discovered was I was really focused and excited to work with that type of personality. But some of our higher learners that I get in there is really fun to work with them too. I had a student come up to me and express how excited he was about going to mines. He wants to go to mines because they have an open weld lab. And so he wants to be in there and be able to be an engineer. And he says his goal is to train robots how to weld. So I think that's pretty cool. I get to see both sides of it, and other than that, like I said, I'm really lucky to be here. I think a big part of it has to do with the community over at Thunder Ridge. They're extremely helpful, extremely open, and willing to bring me on, help me kind of build up the program. So as we continue to build the program, there's a lot more that I want to do. Like I said, it's only my first year. We just finished our first semester, getting into our second semester. We got these level 2 kids where we're actually getting hands-on, creating things, functional pieces that are going to be used inside of the school and some at home, so things like that. I'm really pumped about that experience, and I'm just trying to grow the program from bottom on up, so I'm really excited for that.
Okay, I don't know how to advance. Okay, so I'm also going to have the pleasure of introducing some students that we have with us, so if you guys want to come on up. So these are some of our cyber patriots that are participating in the cybersecurity program at Highlands Ranch High School, and I'm going to let them take it from here to explain what they're doing, how they're applying their learning, and what the Cyber Patriot, that's a CTSO organization, is about. So here you guys go. Whoever wants to jump in.
Well, hello. My name is Sarah Davis. This is Eli Schneckloth, Alex Vidusha, and Jessica Kennedy. And we're part of the Cyber Patriots team at Highlands Ranch High School. And the basics of Cyber Patriots, I would say, is that it's essentially challenges on a computer that you have to fix vulnerabilities on this already broken computer. And so through these challenges, you get to really learn what cybersecurity is all about and really grow your skills through experience. And so our teacher, Mr. DeBolt, is really, really good at teaching each individual student on which parts that they're good in. So I do Windows. There's Alex and Eli.
We're all Linux too.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You're all Linux. So there's a lot of different sides of it that you can really do.
Okay. I think what makes Mr. DeBolt very special is there are a lot of kids who like computers and like technology and love all of that stuff, including myself, obviously, but not a lot of kids who can communicate with each other, right? There are kids I know who are so smart, but the second they hit a road bump, it's over. They don't know what to do. So that's why I love Cyber Patriots, because it's, I don't know what to do. Alex, can you look over my commands for me? Jessica, did I type this in right? Oh, I broke our entire machine. Sorry, guys. I think it's very important to, I don't know, the way I see it, no company is built off one person. And so to go and work in tech, you have to be able to work with each other.
There's, not only does he encourage the students who already are interested in the area, there's a lot of kids like me who did not understand or want to be in cybersecurity at first, but after they were encouraged and led into learning about it, they realized that this is something that they could enjoy and be good at. So.
Yeah, I think it's really important that we have somewhere where we can actually express the skills that we learn in our classes, because at our school we have 4 levels of classes for our CTE courses for cybersecurity. But it's really nice that you're able to so even when my class ends this semester, I still have 3 more competitions I might be doing. And yeah, it's a really good for learning, and I think it just takes another step out there.
Yeah, so our team actually this year qualified for nationals. And so it's about, out of how many schools were competing, the top 12 gets to go to Washington, D.C.
It's less than 1%.
Yeah, so less than 1%, and we get to go and compete there. It's all paid for, so that's very nice about it. But that's one of the examples of this really expresses what we want to do. This is the career that I want to go to. I know it's a lot of the careers that most of my fellow teammates want to go to, and just things like that. The other part that I think that Mr. DeBolt does really well is encouraging girls into our Cyber Patriots, and which is very male-dominated industry. And so it's Jessica and myself that really love being in here, and we have another teammate, Rita, so actually we outnumber the boys on this one. So lucky us.
Okay. So I'm going to bring up our CTE specialist, Krista Tonkaran, and she has a special guest as well.
Thank you. Thanks for having us tonight. This is my favorite thing to do ever, is be with kids and appreciate all of their accomplishments. I had the honor of being a CTE teacher for 10 years, and so I have kind of a different aspect and a different appreciation. Now I'm the CTE specialist for Douglas County, so I get to go to all the schools and kind of hang out with all the kids and see the amazing things they're doing. I am honored to present Kayla Bonney. She was one of my favorite students. They're all my favorites, but one of my favorites that kind of took some classes and went on to do amazing things. So she's here to talk a little bit about her experience with CTE and the CTSO Skills USA.
All right, so I'm Kayla, as she mentioned. I went to Legend High School, graduated in 2017, so it's been a minute. But I really truly have to say that I could not say how amazing the programs that I was exposed to at Legend High School as a criminal justice major and now in my career. I ended up getting an opportunity, sophomore year of high school, you see on the list, I wanted to go into crime scene, and you see, okay, there's criminal justice, all right, I'm gonna try it and see if I like this class. And I really truly fell in love with it. I ended up competing at Skills USA for crime scene investigation for 2 years in a row. I had an absolute blast there. The first year we placed second, we won silver at state. The second year we went to nationals at state, we placed first. We beat second place by over 200 points and we got a scholarship to go to nationals. And it was really truly an experience that I think really solidified, like, okay, this is where I want to be when I grow up and this is where I can see myself in the future. We ended up placing 8th out of 38 teams at nationals for our first time ever going in and having absolutely no idea what we were doing. And it was so cool. And I think too, being able to see how amazing and big a program like Skills USA was, we had competitions there for like on-site traffic arrests for officer civilian, exchanges and stuff like that. They were competing in that. Competitions in, sculptures, in refrigerator repair, I remember, there were big refrigerators that kids were doing it, and it felt really cool to be able to see, all these kids competing in something like trade and something, that I could see myself in too. And so, growing up, I went to college, I got a degree in criminal justice with a forensic emphasis, minor in philosophy, and currently I'm an investigation and arrest process analyst for the Denver Police Department. And so basically those are really fancy words for, I do fingerprint identification for individuals who have been arrested, make sure that they are the right people that are getting arrested, do data process for that, as well as we work with the coroner's office in doing deceased prints so that death notifications can be made, as well as expert testimony in the courts on fingerprint identification. And I really truly think that I've been able to get where I'm at today, but, I was exposed to fingerprints all the way in high school, and it's a hard thing for people to get around. And so, if it wasn't for this one opportunity that I had way back in high school, criminal justice is an intense degree field and an intense job to have. My job, people's lives can change very drastically, and I can ruin somebody's life really truly if I do something wrong. And so, with such an intense thing, a lot of the times, well, gosh, Kayla, what made you want to get into criminal justice? That's a lot of stuff to do. And really, truly, it comes down to one class I took way back in high school, one opportunity that I had, one chance that somebody took on me to be able to have fun and love something that I never thought that I could see myself in. And so I'm really, truly grateful for that amazing opportunity that I had in high school. So, thank you.
Thank you. If we could give them one more round of applause, appreciate it. So we have 1,000 stories we could share with you, and we hope you get an opportunity to come out to our schools and visit some of our programs, talk with teachers, visit with kids. But we love coming to the board and sharing these great stories with you. The next person doesn't need an introduction. He's been in front of you before, and I'm very excited to have Dr. Rex Kaur come and give you an update on what's going on at the Legacy campus.
Thank you. Good evening, directors. Nice to be back. Tremendous passion, and that's what we hear, and that's got me excited to sit and listen. And listening to these students this evening, I know we're in good hands, and so I'm happy to provide after, and Mr. McMenemy shared about 9 months worth of work and construction, an update on the Legacy campus. We've adopted the tagline, connecting passion to pathway. And so if we can bottle what Kayla just shared with you and infuse that into the students we serve, I think we're moving in the right direction. I'm going to provide an update on our programming, the construction, our staffing, and the outreach we've taken care of so far here this school year. So the Legacy Campus, our mission is to cultivate a career and technical education environment where post-secondary and industry partnerships provide relevant learning opportunities for high school students and the Douglas County community in order to ensure a competitive advantage in workforce readiness. That's what we're about. However, having listened to Mr. Chaparro, I think sparks, fire, and fun should probably fall in there somewhere, and I'm going to try to work on that later. The Legacy Campus will open August of 23, and I met with all of our contractors and architects today, and they feel good about our date. We will open to juniors and seniors across the district. We will not have any full-time enrollments at Legacy Campus. Our students, juniors and seniors, will join us for 1 or 2 block periods, so up to about 3 hours of their day twice a week at Legacy Campus, and we look forward to serving them. Once again, I always like to remind all of our audiences and all of our tours that the CTE programming that we are providing at Legacy Campus has not replaced or relocated any of the fantastic programming that exists in our neighborhood schools. We have designed our programming to complement and expand on that neighborhood school programming. And what that means is in the 9 pathways that we will roll out this fall, many or most have not existed at all or existed at this level in Douglas County previously, and those that have been limited by their capacity, and so we're adding extra seats, like in the example of EMT at Rock Canyon. We will provide some additional seats for those students seeking emergency medical tech programming. So here are our 9 pathways that we will launch with fall of 23. Advanced robotics, architectural engineering, building controls technology, emergency medical tech, emergency medical services, hospitality management and culinary arts, nursing and specifically certified nursing aid, aviation, specifically the pilot track in aviation, future educators, because while we're serving all of these industry needs, serving our own industry is also very important, and secure network technologies, which will include hardware and software configurations in Cisco, cloud computing, and Amazon Web Solutions. We're partnering with first and foremost, Arapahoe Community College in many of these pathways through a concurrent enrollment model. We're also partnering with Metropolitan State University, the University of Colorado, Denver, the University of Denver, and CU is a longtime tenant with us at Legacy, and we are building those stackable credentials between CNA and their UCAN program, the University of Colorado Advanced Nursing Program. So we're excited about all of those partnerships to come. Every one of our pathways will include concurrent enrollment or dual enrollment coursework, as well as industry certificates. Mr. Windsor used the word currency earlier, and I think he's spot on. We want our students to leave high school with currency that spends in industry, that they can walk into a job interview and have that competitive advantage. To provide a little update around construction, because 2 of our tenants with Arapahoe Community College and the University of Colorado have coordinated their tenant renovations along with our renovation of the former Wildlife Experience building, we're in over 100,000 square feet of construction right now. We're kicking up a lot of dust. But to take you through some of these images, on the far left, we have our rendering from Cunningham Architect of our future aviation lab. Director Peterson, no, there will not be a Piper Cub actually hanging above the aviation lab, but we did pick up yesterday a Cessna 150, so we're excited about having a plane in the space. It was donated to us by Metropolitan State University. We have some of the construction pictures of the lab in its current state down at the bottom of the screen. Up top, we have a rendering of our architectural engineering suite. We have a picture of the current state of the IMAX Theater, which will serve as a movie theater and lecture hall, and we'll see a lot of use at Legacy Campus when we open. And then in the bottom right corner there, we have our advanced robotics lab that will serve Douglas County students through a concurrent enrollment and CTE model during the day, and Arapahoe Community College students in the evening. So we will be abuzz night and day and really all year round. Current staffing. We are building the dream team. This is like the Olympics in basketball. Our current staffing includes pathway developers for culinary and hospitality management, aviation, future educator, robotics, secure network technologies. We have hired the world's greatest facilities manager and event coordinator and an administrative assistant who makes sure all of the trains run on time. And we had fantastic interviews this last week for architecture, and we're in that process. Our future staffing will include counseling, special education, student support services, security, custodial, and support staff. Like Mr. Chaparro mentioned earlier, we are hiring a number of our pathway developers directly from industry. They're coming in with 20 plus years of industry expertise, and we can't wait for that interaction with that expertise in our students. And finally, a little bit about the outreach that we as a team are doing to make sure that as many of our community are really familiar with Legacy Campus and what we hope to offer students. So last fall, we met with the large groups of district counselors, ongoing meetings with the Counseling Consistency Committee. We've met with all of the admin and counseling teams at all of our neighborhood and alt campuses, making sure that they understand the on-ramps into Legacy. And we hosted the 8th grade career fair. So far this semester, we held a registration night on January 19th, and we had about 350 in attendance. We've had presence at many CTE and registration nights at the neighborhood high schools and just answering questions for our community. And we have the upcoming career pathway that was mentioned on February 16th. We've hosted a lot of tours. I think we've put over 300 through tours so far at Legacy. I'm getting my steps in. We've hosted many of our local legislators and elected officials, our mayor, Lone Tree City Council, ACC's Workforce Economic Council, among others. And we have ongoing weekly tours. We offer those Tuesdays at 4 p.m. so students can come and attend a tour after school, and Fridays at 1. And so we have a few on the slide deck QR codes, one that will take you directly to sign up for a weekly tour, one to sign up for our monthly newsletter just to stay up to date with all that's happening at Legacy, and one to our course guide to really talk about those programs in a little more depth. Thank you so much for your time. I'll hand this back over to Mr. McMenemy.
Thank you, Dr. Kaur. So he makes it sound so easy. You know, I opened a high school here, and that was difficult. And I know, Director Ray, you opened elementary schools. Imagine trying to build curriculum and hire teachers and doing all that while there's a jackhammer going in the room next to you. So hats off to Dr. Kaur and his team for the work they've done this year. We are definitely going to be ready for next fall and very excited about that. Spoiler alert, we have over 760 students that have signed up to go somewhere outside of their school for a CTE program. About half of those kids are going to be at the Legacy campus. It closes on Friday, so that's kind of like National Signing Day for a football coach. We're going to get to see the final list, but very excited about the outreach and the growth that's been happening there. The final presenter for this evening is Leanne, and she's going to come up and talk a little bit more about Vail. One thing you're going to see very quickly is the excitement that she has around teaching students. That's what's so amazing about Leanne. So when I was here before, I had the opportunity to hire a middle school principal down at Castle Rock Middle School. And I remember sitting in the interviews with Leanne and hearing her talk about what she wanted to accomplish with students. So it's been really fun to come back and see that passion reignited and see her be so excited about what she's going to do at Vail. So Leanne, why don't you come on up?
Thanks so much, Dan. Good evening, directors. I will try to hold and contain my excitement for tonight. Who are we kidding? You know I'm not going to. It's an honor to be back here in front of you. It feels like forever that we've been on this journey, but we're finally making leaps and bounds every single day, which is really exciting. So I'm thrilled to be back here. In all honesty, I feel like I should be sitting down right now because the kids told the stories tonight that are the most important. And I can't wait till our Vail kids are back in front of you in a year telling you their stories as well. So Vail is fully developed at this point, and we are in very exciting throes. We have really been working on honing this process through our core design team, which we meet at least once a month for a release day. I got to spend an entire day with them today, which was absolutely glorious, as well as with our challenge network. So we've gathered a group of students from across the district that represent all kinds of demographic and student population membership groups to really have them challenge us on what Vail is going to provide for an education to move forward. And so everything that you see tonight and here is a result of those conversations that we've had from both those stakeholder communities and their parents, because they're really invested as well. So really at the heart, we're really aligned with DCSD's mission, and that is to cultivate that individual potential of every kid. When Danny hired me, gosh, it's been a year now, over a year now, we're getting close to 2 years, but the goal at that time, he said to me, look, whatever you do, dream big, but we've got to look at post-secondary readiness, and we've got to look at work-based learning. Those were really the only constraints, if you could even call them constraints, and the sky has been the limit since then. So what we landed on after that was really, how do we get our kids ready for an unknown future when everything is so rapidly changing? So this quote really captures what we're talking about. Very simply put, innovation is about staying relevant. We're in a time of unprecedented change. As a result, what may have helped an organization be successful in the past could potentially be the cause of their failure in the future. Companies need to adapt and evolve to meet the ever-changing needs of their constituents. This is what Vail is all about. And these 4 pieces of data have really guided our design and what our thinking so far. So the 44 that you see there is coming from the ACT Workforce Summit last year, and that tells us that 44% of our kids are dropping out of college without a degree, saddled with between $65,000 and $85,000 in debt. And so if you look at that in terms of relevance, how do we stay on top of how we serve our kids to get them workforce and world ready for the future? The next one I really love to look at and talk about is that 96 and 11%. So when we did there's a longitudinal study out there that looked at a group of kids who went from the world of college, university level, and into the workplace. And those chief academic officers said 96% of our kids are ready. They can handle the world of work. We feel confident in what they're able to do. And when we went to their workforce partners or into that industry partnership, their reaction was only 11% of those students were actually world and workforce ready. And so we've got to start talking about, what do those skill sets really look like? And Katie, my assistant principals, and my argument is that those soft skills are not so soft. They're pretty hard. And so we need to do something really different as we approach that. Last, I'll put those 2 pieces together, 3 and 11, and we learned this at Denver Startup Week this last September. So back in my day when I was going to school, we had an anticipated pathway of 3 career changes, and we would move to retirement. Pretty streamlined, pretty much what we would know to expect. But Denver Startup Week now is arguing that our students will have an 11 career change jagged pathway. So you look at a 4-year degree, and a 4-year degree is not going to plan for an 11 jagged change career pathway change. So what can we do? So this is what we've talked about at Vail. What we've really wanted to do is focus on post-secondary readiness and how we get them ready for the world of work long before that shows up and smacks them in the face. So as they come to Vail, they're going to be immersed in the world of work. You'll see we start our day in Scrum, which is a business methodology. We come together as a group, we celebrate what we are doing well, we address the challenges in our culture and in our projects and the things that we're working on. All of our learning is through problem-based learning, where kids uncover content to solve relevant industry problems that are coming from our partners. Our essential skills suite and our entrepreneurship suite are our elective courses, but really have the goal of, how do we get our kids ready to be in the world of work, to experience career pathways and explore more and change their minds long before the stakes get really high. What Katie and I are most excited about is our Friday afternoon opportunity. And so thanks to Kathy and all of our CTE partners, we are finalizing upwards of 32 industry partnerships right now who are deeply invested in Vail. And so they are buying into the 4-year work experience with us, where our freshmen will be exposed to the pathways that they offer within their companies or corporations or businesses. But by junior and senior year, our kids are immersed in internships and apprenticeships with them. And so many of our partners have already said, look, if we have 4 years with your kids in such an unstable workforce right now, we can already tell you we'll pay for their college education because we'll get them back. And so they are just as invested in us at this point as we are invested in them, which is really exciting. So at the heart of what we're doing is really, if I summed up this slide in one word, it's relevance. How do we get kids to see that learning is a vehicle to prepare them to see passion and purpose in their futures? And so everything that we have set up is in direct preparation to get them for that. And I go back to something Erin has said, and it really is at the core of Vail. Schools are the economic engine of our community. And so as I look at our little school in Parker, and we look at kids who are coming in and telling us through their pre-enrollment dialogue right now that they might want to be a business owner or a doctor or a nurse or whatever their heart's desire, we go find the partnership with them because we know that everything that we're doing right now will create that future economic stability that will then produce our kids back into our community and help continue to change and shape our world. So at the end of 12th grade, our students will be patented, published practitioners. They will truly be immersed in the world of work and have the creative confidence to see a problem as an opportunity that they can embrace and solve themselves. So we're really excited with where we're at. Staffing is the next step, just like Rex talked about. So in the coming weeks, we are also starting to look for our support team to build on the incredible, in 20 years of education, I've never met such an outstanding team that we have. Better than Rex's. Just kidding, Rex. But we're really excited to move forward. So thank you for the opportunity to build my dreams and make my dreams come true.
Thank you, Leanne. You know, there's something really amazing when you take a great teacher or a great leader and you put them in a situation where they can be successful, and you say, you know, we're not going to have all these guides about what you have to do, but here's what the outcomes have to be. And I hope you saw tonight, we have some fantastic educators, we have some fantastic staff, and some truly gifted leaders in our district. So the last thing I wanted to do was go through some future topic possibilities for you and just some more information. Superintendent Kane already talked about the Career Pathway Expo that we're going to be putting on this February, the 16th, working with the DAC to make that work. We're really excited about that opportunity for kids to share what they're actually doing in their classrooms. In your packet, there's a one-pager about the multiple regional, state, and national competitions from CTE. I would encourage you to go to some of those if you can. It's amazing to watch kids and what they can do when they're in a place where they just want to grow and learn and show what they can do. It's amazing. So please see if you can do some of those. We are committed to giving you continued updates around enrollments across the district and programming, around upcoming open house events that we'll have at both Vail and at our new Legacy campus. Any programming additions, those are going to be things we're going to be talking about as soon as we get this first group off the ground. And then we'd like to come back and talk to you about the Ascent legislation and how we see that influencing our district as we move forward. Finally, we have been doing tours with county, region, and state officials, and we would love to continue those. We think it's really powerful to put you in a room with some of our community leaders and our state leaders and have you have an opportunity to talk to them about the vision you have for our awesome school district, and then have them have an opportunity to influence what goes on at the state legislature or in their community. So please, 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 if you have ideas, we would love to partner with you on those things. Finally, you heard Amy was talking about the advisory boards that we have. If you have connections in the community, people that you know would be a good match to be on these advisory boards, we're looking for people from industry connected directly to those CTE pathways that we're putting together. So if you have names that you'd like us to contact, more than happy to do that. With that, I'd like to go ahead and open it up for questions or anything else you'd like to talk about. And I may have to phone a friend if you ask too difficult of a question. So.
All right, we'll open up to directors for questions, and while we still have Principal Hayden, if you don't mind talking about when they go into entrepreneurship, when I believe we're calling them explorers or maybe TBD, when your students, your entrepreneurs go in, what type of problems are they working on and where do those problems originate?
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks so much for the question, Director Peterson. Yes, those problems are coming directly from industry. So while we have streamlined their elective pathway from freshman year through senior year to take things like business and marketing essentials, business ethics, business law, anything that will help them be able to construct something with confidence outside of the work, really where those problems are coming are from our industry partners. So as we build a partnership with the community, we're looking at what are their current challenges that they're facing. And so those will show up at Vail in several different ways. One, through our electives courses. So we will have a problem solution wall that is continuous at Vail. So as our industry partners continue to say, this is an issue we're seeing in the world of work right now, how do we approach this? Kids will have hands-on access to these challenges. They will use their class time to solve those problems. So instead of us giving them a false scenario, they're actually engaging with our partners as they go. And then through career pathways, time, and exploration, we'll also bring in some of those larger issues that we're also seeing out in fields of study right now, and then help them see. Another big piece of what we're doing is helping our industry partners understand what Gen Alpha is all about, because that is a whole different ballgame in of itself. So there is a very reciprocal, symbiotic relationship as it comes to how we educate our students to be the next workforce, but how our current workforce can provide support and challenge what our future workforce will look like as well.
Thank you. Any other? Director Myers, then Director Ray.
Well, I really don't have a question. I just want to say a big thank you, Mr. McMenemy, Danny. Oh my goodness, to say I'm impressed is an understatement. What a phenomenal team that you have here. And to kind of date myself, I had that long time ago years vocational degree. And so when I was in middle school, a teacher, so we had those career days that the kids it was just so enlightening to see the interest and the number of people that came in. And I think it was a year ago or a little bit longer when we purchased this building, and I'm finally 30 years in this district seeing something come to fruition that's just phenomenal. And I just can't help but think that maybe some of our surrounding districts might be a little envious. So we're going to be on the map. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I really do appreciate you recognizing the timing of some of this work. To give some context, even of some of our neighbors, which I won't share their names, but some folks who have opened even like campuses like Legacy, to give yourself some context, we secured purchasing this building last December. We hired our director in April, and that's been about 6 to 8 months worth of work. Most schools take 2 to 3 years to give some context. And so the amount of work this team, amount of work as far as that Leanne has done on this work, obviously a huge shout out to our specialists and Amy for the incredible work that they've been doing, I think, with our schools. Couldn't agree more, and thank you to you for actually starting this work way back in the day too at Ranchview too. It is a partnership, I think, with all of our teachers.
Director Ray.
Yeah, Dr. Hayden, Dr. Core got to brag a little bit about the construction going on at his school and how he was sometimes inconvenienced by the jackhammer. How is your construction going? Give us an update on that.
Absolutely, yeah. Poor Rex, he's in the middle of it. We get to live quietly next door. So SHAP has been wonderful and housed us and given us an office for this year, which is great because I get to go meddle every day and then go back to the quiet afterwards. But it's fantastic. Really, almost everybody I've ever talked to has at some point taken a class at ACC Parker. And so I can't wait to see how everybody's view of what ACC used to look like and Vail will be has changed. It has changed dramatically, and we're really excited about that. Everything is opening up. Our permits are now through, so we are right on track, on time as well, and things are moving forward beautifully. We've also had the opportunity to give tours. We're also putting out some tours through our website as well, so anybody who wants to put a hard hat on and come visit Vail, we would love to host you.
And how many students do you have that are
Yes.
that have shown an interest, and kind of what is the timeline for students to indicate that they want to enroll?
Absolutely. So we opened up enrollment on December 1st because so many of our charter schools in the district, that becomes pretty pertinent with the open enrollment deadline. So we saw, as we anticipated, a massive interest in 8th grade to 9th grade, which is exactly what we hoped to see with the transition of Vail. And now we're really finalizing what that looks like at 9th grade and starting to do some targeted outreach for our 10th grade students for next year. When we look at our demographics for who is being drawn to Vail right now, it makes my heart so happy, because at the end of the day, we have talked about serving kids who might not be thriving in a comprehensive high school environment, and that is what we're seeing. Our neurodiversity is over 50%. Students with various learning needs, plans, challenges, successes, and at the end of the day, stories of needing and wanting something different in their high school experience. We have spent at least an hour one-on-one with every student and family that has come to Vail, never mind the fireside chats and the information nights that we've had. And so we know every child coming to Vail. We know their stories, and we're so excited. Every partnership that we've built through Kathy and through work-based learning has come from them. They've said, I like this, or I'm interested in that, and Katie and I go out and hustle for our worth, and we build a partnership. And so I think this truly is the epitome of personalized learning for our kids, and we will continue to do that as every kid enrolls from now through May.
So your hope is to open up with how many kiddos?
So our hope is to open a freshman and sophomore class, hopefully 40 freshmen, 40 sophomores. That'll keep our class sizes small, as we have promised that Vail would be a small class size learning opportunities with those rich work-based learning opportunities. I think we're well on our way. I think we'll hit our numbers for sure.
Other directors? Sorry, Director Williams, then Director Meek.
So I just have more of a comment instead of a question, but last week, the board had an opportunity to meet with students and to talk to them about their vision for the future of Douglas County. And one of the things that resonated for me was hearing students feeling like they're supposed to fit in this box, right? And that perhaps that's not always the best thing for each student. And so I think you guys are just knocking it out of the park, and you've hit the nail on the head. So just thank you for all your work, and I just appreciate it so much. Thank you.
Director Meek.
I echo that. Congratulations. This is simply amazing. I think phenomenal was the word that I would use as well. But this presentation was phenomenal. So, Mr. McMenemy, you've connected it to the ends, which is why we're here, what we are trying to accomplish for our students, and that was really powerful for me, and creating that connection. But having the student voices and elevating the student stories and having them share, but then showing in the presentation the demographic breakout, right, of how it aligns with our student population, shows us the systemic nature of everything, and gives me confidence that we are moving in the right direction and doing what we need to be doing for students. And then finally, I was also thinking about the students that we talked with last week, and what was resonating with me with what I heard was there's so many that are unaware of the opportunities that are out there. And I've seen in this presentation multiple ways that you're working to get the word out. And that is a really important place for us to focus our energy. So just congratulations. This is really, really wonderful work. And, it's been going on for a while. And so yes, it was December, but it was even before that. And a lot of time and energy and effort has gone into this. And to see it come to fruition like this is really, really wonderful. So thank you.
Yeah, just one other comment. People forget that the first thing that this board did when it was seated was actually go forward, evaluate that train that had left the station, which was the Legacy Campus and ACC Parker, which became Vail. And I think we've got 7 board members here that couldn't be more supportive of all of our pathways, to include certainly the CTE pathway, CE pathway. And, we heard from Principal Hayden, really it's about not just how do we achieve our ends for our students, but how do our students ultimately give back to the community. You're going to be working on industry-relevant problems that are problems in Douglas County. When Mayor Toberg was there on the tour, I could see him starting to take notes of all the problems he was going to give from Parker to the Vail students to solve, right? So, I mean, maybe spread it around the county a little bit, but just really impressive. And when we think of CTE overall, these are our future nurses, our future firefighters, our future construction managers. These are students that start here in Douglas County, learn today, lead tomorrow. They're going to come back if we do this right back into Douglas County, and they are immediately going to give back to the system, whether that's the school system, the taxpayers, and everyone that provided them with this opportunity. And that's going to come right home to roost in a good way here in Douglas County. So I couldn't be more proud. Last comment is echoing what Director Meek just referenced, and I think all the directors heard this at the student engagement the other week is, man, I wish I would have known, hey, I thought it was only for my school. I can go to that other school. I can go to Legacy. So for any parents or teachers listening right now, if you go on to the Douglas County website, one of our things going across the scroll right now is the 23-24 CTE guide, the exact document. I'll hold it up, the one that Mr. McNinemy referenced. And page 7 is your guide to all the programs across Douglas County. So maybe ask your students, do these interest you? Is this your passion? Students, if you're listening, go look it up. Tell your parents if you have a passion there. And we're here. And the last thing I'll say about Pathways, these are not mutually exclusive. You can be on CE, CTE. It can prepare you for the workforce. It can prepare you for post-secondary. It can prepare you, even the military needs doctors and lawyers and stuff. It can prepare you for that track. And it really prepares all our students for independent living, wherever they are. So thank you to the entire CTE, CE, and alternative high school staff. So a round of applause for all of them, and then we'll let Mr. Windsor wrap it up.
To wrap things up, obviously want to thank all the amazing leaders that are sitting in this room. I'll be very candid with you. Each cabinet member that's been sitting in here has been an active part of this conversation to make all of these things come alive. That just doesn't happen magically. And so I want to give a huge thank you, I think, to all of our cabinet members, your teammates that have helped these things come alive. I've always appreciated this has been how do we support our schools? How do we support our students? How do we support our teachers and families? And so huge thank you as well. Obviously, want to make sure we have a chance to highlight the amazing teachers that are in our schools, the amazing principals, assistant principals, counselors, all staff that are in our schools to make these things come alive. This work has to be concerted, sustainable effort. And for us, the 2018 Bond and Mill made an incredible commitment to our community and to our students. As you saw, these students were directly benefited from the different programming opportunities that were provided. It was a huge thank you for allowing us to move forward with that as well, because I hope you know it's had a humongous and incredible impact, I think, on our entire district. So do want to say something that I know you don't get to hear a lot, but I know from our entire staff, we want to give a huge thank you to you for your support, your commitment to the right work as well. We know this isn't possible without having a strategic mission and a mission that allows us to be able to focus on those things. So thank you to you as well. We greatly appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Windsor. And Mr. McMenemy. All right, we will move on to item number 7. This is, where are we? Proposal for attainable housing for Douglas County School District teachers and staff. And it looks like the superintendent and Mr. Cosgrove.
Okay, we will be doing this presentation with our Chief Operating Officer, Rich Cosgrove, and we also have Siobhan Caldwell online if we have any questions that we can't answer. But I would like to frame the discussion first. And so I really appreciated Director Meek's remarks around always tying to the ends. And outstanding educators and staffs is one of the values that this board has discussed. And in light of the fact that we didn't win the mill levy override this time, and pay is a real challenge for us, and paying competitively is a real challenge for us, we have been looking at all kinds of creative options to attract and retain our educators and our staff here in school district. And that's where this presentation comes from. So I do want to frame the presentation with a few things. We have been out talking about how we can come up with creative solutions for attainable housing for our teaching and district staff. Our starting teacher salary, as you know, is $43,680. There is nowhere in Douglas County that someone who makes $43,680 can live. And it's really important to us that our staff are part of our community. So that's where this desire comes from. As a school district, we have a few things. We've got assets. We have land that we know that we're not going to build schools on, some limited parcels in different places that we know that we won't be able to build a school on eventually. And there are a lot of partnership opportunities, whether it's with the developer. We're presenting an example of one, but we're continuing to pursue different proposals to make sure that when we come back to you with a finalized plan, that we've got the perfect one for our school district and for our staff, for us to be able to find a way to make sure that our staff can live here. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Rich Cosgrove to talk about this proposal in particular. Again, we have received more than one. This is the best example of a possible partnership with housing that we have so far, but we have a lot of work to do. This is the beginning of a discussion and certainly not the end.
Good evening, directors. Thanks for the opportunity to present an exciting initiative, potential opportunity. And recently, Shea Properties approached Douglas County Schools with a proposal to construct income-restricted for-rent housing on the dedicated school site in Meridian Village subdivision. Before I go on, I'd like to say something about Shea Properties. They're one of the biggest master developers in the state of Colorado, including Highlands Ranch, Solstice, the Canyons, Meridian Village. They have produced very successful products, not only for residential development, but along these lines as well. The proposed model would utilize federal subsidies in the form of tax credits and a partnership to provide this housing on this dedicated school site. And I'll show you a map of that in just a minute. The proposed partnership would include Shea Properties as the developer, Douglas County as the landowner, Douglas County Housing Authority to issue the bonds, a bank lender to provide the construction loan, and tax credit equity partner to purchase the bonds. The model, the process is that Douglas County contributes the land at fair market value. The land plus 8% interest is paid over time upon cash flow from the rent. Shea Properties designs the project and secures all governmental approvals. Douglas County Housing Authority issues the tax-exempt bonds to fund the project. The equity partner, to be determined at a later date, purchases the bonds. A lender, to be determined, provides the loan. Shea Properties builds the project and receives a development fee for this work, and Shea Properties manages the project. This is an example of one of the 4 projects that Shea has developed. All the 4 products are almost 100% rented, occupied, with positive cash flow immediately upon completion. Multifamily for rent units. It'd be a mix of 1, 2, and 3 bedroom units. No market value units, all restricted units in this development. An estimated unit count hasn't been determined for the Meridian site, but with 7 acres, it's estimated to be 153 units. The construction quality and offered amenities are highly regulated. And I will say, I've walked through one of the properties and they are nice. And they are refurbished on a recurring basis. 30-year period of affordability. This is a long period of time as compared to the other proposal, for example. This is the Meridian site. The Long Range Planning Committee has determined this site is not needed for capacity. They've declared it as surplus. We have not yet brought this to the board for resolution declaring it surplus, but it is not needed. In fact, within a mile of this north, there's the Sierra Ridge Elementary School site that we are retaining. It's along Meridian Village Parkway, east of Main Street in Meridian Village subdivision. It's 10.3 acres, probably 7 net usable acres because of the slope and access. It was dedicated in 2006 and final platted in 2020, and it's owned by the Douglas County Board of County Commissioners. Staff has questions. We have just started to explore this opportunity. Can the units be reserved and/or prioritized for district employees, teachers, and staff? The units constructed would be through awarded tax credits and restricted. As a program that's regulated by federal and state law, Shea Properties has yet to confirm whether or not the units can be reserved or prioritized for this matter, not just on income, but based on the profession and for public school district, Douglas County School District employees. Who receives the return on investment from the land? Right now, Douglas County Board of County Commissioners holds the title. So that would have to be determined, what the partnership is. What happens if and when an occupant is no longer employed by the district, and or if their pay increases? Do they no longer qualify for the reduced rent, which is fixed for 30 years, or are they expected to vacate the property? So these are important questions. We have a few more, but for the other proposal, we do have more questions. And the other proposal did not have any successful models completed yet. So our focus to date has been on this model. We want to get answers from Shea Properties, coordinate with the Douglas County Board of County Commissioners on the return on investment from the land, and finalize the details. And at that point, we would be in a position to submit a recommendation to the board.
This is one example of a potential partnership that can happen between us, our county, and a developer in order to find a way to have housing that our teachers and staff, where the rent is something that they can afford based on the salary that we are able to pay them. As Rich said, there are a million pending questions. This is absolutely the beginning of a discussion. So I don't want anyone to walk away with, oh my gosh, they're building attainable housing on Meridian Village. So nobody should walk away with that. This is an example of the kinds of proposals and partnerships that we will continue to explore with the consensus of the board. If the Board of Education feels that this is something that is worthy of exploring, not just this particular proposal, but going out and exploring with the county and our municipalities what different kinds of options we might be able to come up with for finding ways where we can leverage perhaps land that we're not going to use in order to have housing options for our teachers and staff in our district. And with that, we can address any questions.
Okay, we'll open up to Board of Education. We've got 10 minutes allotted. So any director questions? Go ahead, Director Ray.
Well, I'll just say, wow. I love the concept of the partnership. And you're right, and you're absolutely right, Superintendent Kane. We've got to look for some creative ways to recruit, recruit our teachers. And they need to be able to live in the community that they serve. And so I just love the concept. It makes a lot of sense, and I also appreciate Long Range Planning Committee has already deemed this parcel as one that we don't need. I think that makes a lot of sense as well. And that it's near the I-25 corridor, I think really makes that a flexible location for staff to go to any school that they might be hired. So thank you for exploring. So if your question was, is this worthy to continue to explore? I said, absolutely. As one board director, absolutely, it's worthy to continue to explore. One of my questions is with Meridian Village. Well, my first question really is about the site. Mr. Cosgrove, is this a site that we already felt like there would be some complications with building the school because of the slope? It really didn't give us the full 10 acres that we really needed for the elementary school?
Absolutely. There's significant slope. There's really only access on one side of the site. And really, it results in 7 acres of the 10 acres.
Very good. And then my second question really is, so obviously Meridian Village set this site aside thinking that it would be for school purposes. Have we talked to Meridian Village and where are they with this concept and partnership?
No, this is, again, I want to specify that this is really an example of what the partnerships could look like. We are nowhere near recommending that Meridian Village become attainable housing. We're nowhere near that place yet. There are a million questions to be answered. We don't even want to be in a position of approaching Meridian Village unless we're 100% sure that the housing truly can be reserved for Douglas County School District staff and teachers. So there are a lot of questions that we would need to answer before we're even serious enough to go enter into conversations with Meridian Village, because whatever area of the county or wherever we look at, and as far as parcels that we might have available that could potentially be used for this, it absolutely would have to be a partnership with the local community in making sure that there's a building of an understanding that this is for Douglas County School District teachers and staff in case they're concerned about, we've heard concerns, in our community already around some affordable housing and attainable housing projects. So just making sure that the community understands that this is truly so your teachers can live in our community. We had one principal do an analysis around the time of 5A, and she calculated what kind of house someone who makes our average teacher's salary could afford. And then she did a Zillow on where the nearest house would be that person could afford. And then she calculated how many Cherry Creek schools that person would have to drive by to get to Douglas County. And so this is a huge issue for our staff and for our teachers. So it's something that, we really want to do with our community.
Yeah, and just before I go to Director Hanson, I'd just like to echo the scope of what we're looking at tonight. We're just looking really to say from the board, we're not voting tonight, but, is this something that we want our staff to spend time on? Because it's going to take an incredible amount of due diligence and rigor and exploration. This is a complex problem. I've been working before I got on school board, I've been working with adults with disabilities that are looking for affordable, attainable housing throughout Colorado, specifically here in the area. And when you look at, LIHTC, which is what we're talking about, low-income housing tax credits, that's one model. And if we go back, Mr. Blair, just one to the previous questions, that first question, if we answer no under this model, it's out, right? We have to control the tendency. If we're providing a means to attract and retain teachers and we can't control the tendency, we're going to have to be creative and look at other models. So again, I think all we're looking for at this point is if the board is encouraged or no one looks at the opportunity costs. We got a lot going on. We got growth and decline. We've got conversations around equity. We have a potential bond mill coming up. This is a pretty heavy lift for staff, but if we think it's that important as a board, I think this is more of a send-off. Go do more research, do more due diligence, compare the pros and cons, and when you're ready, come back to us. But I think it's really two things, and then I'll shut up. I think the two things are, one, a signal to our superintendent and our staff that this is pretty neat, and congratulations for out-of-the-box innovative thinking, and we want them to pursue this and dedicate the effort because we think it's that valuable. And I think the second signal is to our community that Douglas County is in for a partnership, not just for our own teachers, but we will look at other potential target groups that may meet this, whether it's adult with special needs, whether it's other like professions, nurses, law enforcement professionals that may be able to share in this as well. Everything's things on the table at this point till we do the analysis. So I'm sorry, Director Hansen.
Thank you for the creative idea for our school district. Everything about this conversation is the right thing to do. We have to find creative ways to take care of our employees. For our community, everything about this conversation is simply wrong. It's embarrassing, and as a community, we should be aware of the situation that our educators are in, that they cannot afford to live in the community that we want them to teach. We just had a phenomenal presentation about student opportunities. What student is sitting out there just trying to decide what career opportunity they want to pursue and sitting there saying, I'd like to incur tens of thousands of dollars of college debt to graduate and not be able to buy a home in the community that I teach in? Until we as a community recognize that the hopes that we have for our children in education, not just the hopes, we've passed that into an expectation of what our children are going to have access to through their educational careers. Until we start to bridge that gap between what we are willing to pay our teachers and the value that we assign to that responsibility, we are always going to have a gap in our educators, and we cannot provide an education without the educators.
Thank you. Other directors? My last comment is we've got two sets of commuters, and both are wrong. We have teachers that are living in Douglas County and commuting north for that compensation gap. We see it in the exit surveys. They're going to, I won't name the districts, other districts, which I think are certainly lesser than ours in terms of culture, outcomes, and everything else. But frankly, they're doing it for the money. And that second set of commuters is exactly what Director Hansen just talked to. We have educators, unfortunately, working in Douglas County that have to live out of Douglas County and commute in, and we need to take care of both of those and take care of our own. So again, without exception from the board, I think the unofficial direction you have is please go forward, please continue to do research, look at all the options, the pros and cons. And my last ask as one director is, there's a lot of people in Douglas County who have walked this path, whether it's senior living, they have specific tendency, they have affordability, they have some special needs. And the group that I'm familiar with over the last decade, our IDD community, our folks like Wellspring, like Trailhead Community, like Tall Tales Ranch. There's a lot of people that have tried to work on their problem, which is tenancy and affordability. And maybe we can bring them in as partners so we can learn from them and quickly get to some answers that work with our unique situation. So thank you.
If I could make one more comment, we are also watching the activity in our county and in our municipalities, because when there are opportunities for housing that is actually attainable for our teachers and our staff, and it makes sense for the community, we're looking to write letters of support in their application or whatever we need to do, because I just think, to Director Hansen's point, it's really important to shed a lot of light on this issue. These aren't people coming from outside of our county to live in attainable housing. This is the people who are working with your children every single day. I also think that by talking about this issue, we're also shedding light on the other issue, which is that our pay gap with other districts is so significant. As we're speaking about how do we get attainable housing, we have to get to, and why is that something that you even need? And it's something that we even need because of our immense gap in our pay. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, and we will move to item number 8. Douglas County Community Foundation, the DCCF Partnership Overview, and we have Mr. Walt to speak to us. Mr. Wade.
No, but before I get started, directors, thank you for this opportunity to be here tonight. Before I get started talking about DCCF, though, I actually, if you don't mind indulging me, just a couple minutes to thank you on behalf of the citizens of Douglas County as a parent of two kids who've graduated through the Douglas County School District system. My oldest son, Christopher, who turns 24 next week, and my youngest son, Matthew, who just turned 22 a few weeks ago. Both of them started at Legacy Point Elementary School in Parker and went all the way through Sagewood Middle School and through Ponderosa High School. Now, to give you just a quick little update on why I'm thanking you for this and how it relates to what the presentation you just had. My oldest son, Christopher, went from Ponderosa High School, where he graduated third in his class. Varsity baseball player, went to the Colorado School of Mines, which was his dream school, that he wanted to stay in Colorado since he was a little kid. He turned down full ride offers to other engineering schools in other states to stay here in Colorado. And thank the good Lord, about 2/3 of his school was covered by the blessings of others through scholarships. He left School of Mines with a chemical engineering degree, and his first interview out of college, he landed a job as a nuclear engineer in Knoxville, and he lives in Knoxville and works in Oak Ridge, Tennessee right now. My youngest son, Matthew, who through the graciousness of others as well, graduated Ponderosa in top of his class as a varsity football player, received a scholarship to Fort Lewis in Durango, where he just finished his 4th season as a football player on scholarship. Between that and his academic scholarships, about 2/3 of his bill was covered by the graciousness of others. But that brings me to Matthew, and what I really want to say for you guys in terms of this last presentation. He is finishing his last semester and getting a degree in history. His degree, he's been going back and forth between wanting to be a teacher and wanting to be a museum curator. And the reality is he will be some combination of the two throughout his life. But as he came back over the last fall break and stopped by Ponderosa High School to see his old coaches and his old teachers, one of his coach mentors, Mr. Huff, said, you know, you should come back and teach here. And what really struck me at that conversation was he looked at my wife and I, and my wife is a teacher in Douglas County Schools, and he goes, you know, that might be an opportunity. Leave my room the way it is. And he realizes that if he came back as a teacher, he would have to move back in with mom and dad. So selfishly, I hope a proposal like we just heard works out and that Matthew does have the opportunity to come back and teach. Lastly, though, I do also want to commend you and your CTE programs. Obviously, you're aware of the information that went out today. My wife, as a teacher at Ponderosa, informed me she's one of the student government teachers and is a science teacher as well. But the kids from the auto program going down and helping out the broken down car. I got to tell you, nothing pulls at your heartstrings more than that. And when you see little Titus, the kid who's their wish week kid driving around in his little car and realizing that because the screen. So thank you guys for giving me the opportunity. My name is Mike. I'm the executive director of the Douglas County Community Foundation. Wanted to give you here tonight to give you two things. One is a little bit of an update on some really cool stuff that we've done and how it affects Douglas County School District. And two, to play on some of the words that I've heard tonight while I've been sitting in the audience, specifically the word partnership. And here to talk about a partnership with us, the Douglas County School District, and other jurisdictions in Douglas County. Next slide, please. So who are we? The Douglas County Community Foundation. I can let you read. I'm not a big fan of reading it off the slides, but I am going to tell you what we are now and what we should have been. We're an organization that's been around here in Douglas County for almost 20 years. Unfortunately, for about 18 and a half of those years, nobody knew who we were.
You want to change
I can do it myself. Sweet. All right. Now the trick is to see if I hit the right button. Thank you very much. The sad part is for the last 18 and a half years, nobody knew who we were. And I speak for this not from a standpoint of being joking around. I was an elected representative here in Douglas County for 12 years. I was the mayor of Parker for 8 years, very active in the nonprofit and community situations, and I had never heard of Douglas County Community Foundation. So you can imagine my surprise when a year ago, September 21, I had a friend reach out to me and say, hey, the Douglas County Community Foundation is looking for a new executive director. Are you interested? And I responded with, who? Who's looking for what? Having no idea what we were. Well, let me tell you a little bit about what we've done over the last year and a half, and specifically who we serve and how it relates to Douglas County school districts. So we operate pretty much in 4 silos. We represent all of the nonprofit organizations in Douglas County. And in case you're keeping track, there are about 311 active 501c3s in Douglas County. It's one of the highest concentration of nonprofit organizations in the entire nation. Now I say active because there's actually quite a few more, but those are ones that are like very, very small, the Kids T-Ball Booster Club that maybe do a couple $100 a year. 311 are the active producing nonprofits in Douglas County. We represent all of them. We provide financial grant opportunities and guidance and services to them. I just spent 2 hours today talking with a nonprofit who serves mental health capacity for new moms, and to help them through the process of dealing with the stresses and ups and downs of being a new mom, helping them write grants and them just asking me for advice on how to get an app developer to develop the app they're working on. That's some of what we do here at DCCF. Next is that we represent the promotion of philanthropic giving throughout the community, and this corporate slide's a real important one. We have a very active corporate environment in Douglas County, headquarters of lots of organizations across the board, and really working with them for them to understand the importance of not only giving from a philanthropic standpoint, but giving where you live, giving locally. Nothing disparaging to say about other national nonprofits that get served, but just like it's important for us to spend our money close to home from the standpoint of supporting local businesses, it's also important to support local nonprofit organizations. And so I work with our corporate interests from Amazon all the way down to small businesses in helping them give their money locally to support local communities. Also, that applies to individual donors. We work with individuals in the same way to make sure that, again, nothing against the Museum of Nature and Science and the Denver Zoo, but we have organizations here in Douglas County who can do amazing things with the heartfelt gifts that those people like to give. We also are, the third thing that we do is we are the regional champion for Colorado Gives Day, which means any nonprofit in Douglas County who participates in Colorado Gives Day works through us. We help them be successful. This last year, we helped the organizations involved raise almost $1.3 million on that one day. It's a very, very cool thing to do, and those organizations range from little ones to very, very big ones. The only requirements are they have to have been a 501c3 for 2 years and have an annual budget of, I believe, $25,000 or more to be able to participate. So it's a great process that we go through with that. Now, the fourth area is something that is new to DCCF. We created at the end of 21 the county's first independent community emergency relief fund, and we manage that now. Our first donors into this were Amazon and a local family in Castle Pines. Little side note, that local family, the wife used to be a school board member in Louisiana in the area that they lived, decades and decades ago. But the idea of our community emergency relief fund is this. We created this fund, knock on wood, serendipitously before the Boulder fires happened. And this is for us to be able to have, as a non-governmental agency, access to a pool of funds that can help make a difference on a quick basis. I don't mean this in a disparaging way, especially being an ex-mayor, but government runs slow. And when there's emergencies, they still run slow. They just run not quite as slow as normal. So for us to have this emergency fund available for a negative impact that hits our community, we're able to access these funds, be that point of contact, and distribute funds and resources as appropriate. So that's the fourth thing that we do. So what we've done over 21 and 22, 22 really represented a restart for us. In the previous 18 years, Douglas County Community Foundation would raise thousands of dollars and would give away thousands of dollars. And I say that because it's sad. We're in one of the wealthiest counties in the nation. We have one of the most active corporate environments in the nation, and we had a community foundation that wasn't doing much. So before I came on board, the organization was redone, 27 new board members brought on. We do have one board member sitting up here right now. Becky's one of our board members. The staff of 3 was let go, and I was brought on. Now, I know I'm pretty robust around the midsection, but I'm right now representing the entire staff of Douglas County Community Foundation. So those 3 members became me. That's the first bullet item up on there. We've held the most successful fundraising events in DCCF's history this last year. We've granted the largest amount in any single granting period ever. And in fact, just to put some numbers with these things up here, the next bullet item that says that we've raised more funds, we've granted out more money in the last 13 months than the entire 18 years of this organization combined. And that sounds really cool, and it really is. But when I give you the number, we're ready to do so much more. The number last year, we gave out 99 grants totaling over $386,000. Keeping in mind that that is more than the entire 18-year history of the organization combined before this new change. We've created new, more efficient, accountable granting processes and established quarterly granting cycles, created the Community Emergency Relief Fund. We've established a database of nonprofit partners and resources for them. It's one of those things that I found that one kind of interesting when I first came on as the former founder of a nonprofit and being on the board of several. There's not a concerted database of nonprofits in Douglas County. There's all these little disparate groups. Well, one of the things that we wanted to do is I wanted to make sure that we had the ability that when someone would come to us from a donor partner standpoint, or even a corporate standpoint, or another nonprofit partner standpoint, that we can make those connections to help all of us work more efficiently and effectively in the area. We've championed DC Gives, Douglas County Gives as part of Colorado Gives Day. Over the last 2 years, 2 cycles combined, we've raised just under $3 million for nonprofits in Douglas County through the Colorado Gives program. So that's a very, very, very good thing. So let's talk about specifically Douglas County School District and how we work with organizations that have a direct impact on what you're doing here, serving the kids who are becoming lifelong learners and having the opportunity to have that positive impact on our community. This is just over the last 13 months. We have granted out over $106,900 to organizations, nonprofit organizations, that either work within your schools right now or have a direct impact in various components of Douglas County School District. From youth leadership to food insecurity, to all the way down to the Foundation for Douglas County Schools, which is yours and received a $25,000 grant from us, to Happy Crew, anti-teen suicide programs, Johnny's Ambassadors, Lady Trailblazers, and I gotta say, Lady Trailblazers, that was one of the newer grants we gave, and it's an organization that teaches leadership skills to girls in elementary school. Super cool program, and they won one of our grants. So you can see that what we've done is we've been able to take, and what's kind of cut off at the bottom there is Whiz Kids Tutoring, which is another organization that has received a grant from us. We put out a competitive grant process once a quarter to allow our donors the ability to have an immediate impact on our nonprofit community. And this is an example of organizations that have had an immediate impact on Douglas County School District. So, what can we do? Because I know you've got a long agenda, and I know I tend to talk a lot, so I want to make sure that there's time for questions. I'm here to ask for your support, to partner with Douglas County, to partner with the city of Castle Pines, to partner with the town of Castle Rock. Those are organizations that have already decided to partner with us. We're currently in talks with Highlands Ranch Metro District and the town of Parker to partner as well. In supporting us in 2023, I'm asking those organizations to provide a partnership grant of $17,857 as part of a partnership for Douglas County government's agreement with us to help us with our operations in 2023. This is not a long-term ask. This is nothing, year over year, I'm gonna be in front of you guys showing you how we benefit your organization. But this is an ask right now to help us continue down the path that we're on right now to make DCCF not only a self-sufficient organization, but also an organization that has having a large, major, and long impact on the residents of Douglas County. We're working on a 30-year strategic plan now that includes $30 million in funds that we will utilize for emergency relief, culture, and economic assistance when we have downturns. So I have spoken really fast. I don't see the numbers counting down anywhere around me to tell me I need to shut up, but usually Becky would look over at me and give me the kind of cut. No, I'm just teasing. She doesn't do that. I'm not looking over this way because Danny would be doing that. I've known Danny for a long time. So I'm going to throw it back to you guys if you have any questions for me other than math questions, because even that's the one thing I wasn't very good in school. What can I do for you guys? That sounded like a math question you were about to ask. And
I will turn it over to Director Myers, who is our liaison and board member on DCCF, for any comments she may add, and then I'll open it up to directors for any questions or comments.
So thank you, Mike. That was great.
Absolutely.
And I tell you, when I was asked about this committee and I volunteered, I think maybe I've been on it a year, my very first meeting up at Highlands Ranch Library, you were giving out huge checks. And I thought, that was phenomenal. phenomenal.
Yeah.
I've never seen huge checks like that. I mean, huge.
Yeah, literal
And- but
size,
huge.
literal size of the checks. I had
And,
checks printed that are like this big.
I do remember Johnny's ambassadors, I believe the parents were there.
Yep.
So I know I got to hear a lot of stories about how this just, even just some of this, I mean, 7,500, they thought it seemed like $1 million.
Well, in
To-
Johnny's Ambassadors, that was the first grant they've ever received as an organization.
Yes. I remember, and they just these stories of these organizations, and like I've reiterated before, I happen to be on all the fun committees. I don't know what it is, and then of course my second one was getting to go to the Italian place where, we did the bottles of wine and lots of food, and all the 20% I think of the food was donated, the monies were donated, and that was even successful that night. And then when I go to your meetings, I'm sitting in the room with all of these people all over the county, mayors and commissioners, and I just see numbers being thrown across the room. So I'm kind of have to just sit and take all of it in, because what a neat organization. That we're just really impacting Douglas County and even my little Help and Hope here in Castle Rock.
Absolutely. And what's not listed up there is Help and Hope has received 2 grants from us as well.
Yes,
Over the last year or 13 months, our grants that we've given out, the sizes have ranged from $500 to $25,000. Foundation for Douglas County Schools received one of 2 of our largest grants that we've given out. And the reality is that even that from that 500 to that 25,000, it has a demonstrable impact on what those organizations are doing to make our world a better place. And that's really, at the end of the day, what we're here for as a foundation, is to make sure that we become that friend in the nonprofit business to the nonprofits. We become that philanthropic resource to our citizens in corporate environments, and we become a partner to the other jurisdictions like Douglas County School District.
But thank you, and Mike's used to me kicking him under the table.
It happens a lot.
Okay, with that, I'll open it up to any other directors' questions, comments, concerns. Director Meek.
So it's a small world. My daughter turns 24 next week.
What
She's
day?
my oldest. It's on the 18th.
Same with mine, February. Yeah, I'm going to be in Knoxville seeing my son.
My daughter graduated and went to Mines. She has a chemical engineering degree.
Don't even. If she's a nuclear engineer now, I'm walking out.
She's not, but I
Okay.
texted her, and she knows your son.
She knows Chris. Oh, that's awesome. That's
She says
fantastic.
he's a very nice guy.
Well, good. He got that from his mom.
It's a very small world.
A very small world.
Yeah, is there actually a budget for the foundation that's available?
Actually, yeah. In fact, we have a board meeting a week from this Thursday, and the budget should be ratified then. We're a little late on it for this term, this go around. So I'm happy to provide that back out. And we're also, like I said, working on our new strategic vision statement. And
Yeah,
that's a
that'd be great.
30-year plan. Yeah.
That'd be helpful, thank you.
You keep it in mind too, and I don't say this as like a woe is me thing. This is an exciting thing for me as a former small business owner and entrepreneur in Douglas County. When I walked into DCCF, it was literally, we think we've got some files on a jump drive somewhere, but have fun. And so getting to start kind of from scratch and bringing in, the way I approached it was really going out to the nonprofits and saying, how have you viewed us in the past, and what can we do to be the best partner possible in the future? And that's what all this is really kind of based off of. So our normal cycles, we would have had the budget approved at our last meeting, but there was still a few little tweaks that they wanted to make to it. But
Yeah, so for board members, what you can expect, if you look at the attachments to this agenda, there's a proposed governmental agreement between the district and DCCF. So we would expect to have that probably on consent at the next board meeting. Director Meek's comments are acknowledged. It'd be nice to see any other supporting budget or things that can help us with that decision. But if you have any questions, not just about the work that DCCF does and the partnership with the community and the board, if you have any questions about that agreement, if you have those now, great. If not, if you would submit them and we can get them and maybe get the answers before the next meeting on the 28th.
Absolutely. I'm always reachable. I'm very easy. And I'll supply all those documents. Just keep in mind that until they're approved by the board, they're just drafts. So take it for what it is. But yeah.
Director Ray?
First of all, thank you for reactivating DCCF.
Absolutely.
And our $25,000. Thank you for that as well.
Absolutely.
Grateful for that. I guess one of my questions is with us having a foundation of our own, have we had conversation with our foundation? I know in the IGA, there was a statement that says that we are to contract with you as well as have our own foundation. How does that work? Because it feels like we're competing in some ways for, corporate sponsorship and things like that. So I'm just curious how that would look.
So that's a very good question, and actually one that's been brought up fairly commonly. The reason the verbiage is the way it is in the initial drafts, which you have, is because from a municipal standpoint, not so much school district with your own foundation, but from a municipal standpoint in Douglas County, you have the range of some municipalities who have very distinct, specific philanthropic programs, how organizations apply, how they are vetted, and so on, and others who just go, I don't know, we've given money to them always, let's just kind of keep giving them money, right? From that standpoint is where our organizational structure comes in and is more efficient and effective. Now, in terms of the competition side of the game, we really are that connector, that aggregator of making philanthropic giving a bigger piece. So for instance, participation in Douglas County Gives and Colorado Gives Day, our promotion of that, our growth of that. And by the way, this last year, the number of donations made for Colorado Gives Day was up 8%. Which is fantastic because if you guys were at the end of the year, all we heard about was doom and gloom about what's happening with the economy, right? I can't speak to specific other organizations because I don't see their details, but DCCF as a 501c3 who also received donations for Colorado Gives Day, I'm very proud of the fact that through the advertising and promotion that we did this year, which was significant, over 54% of the donations we received were from first-time donors. So when you look at it, you have more donors coming in, and a lot of them are newer donors. That is what is applicable to your foundation. Now, a third piece to it is this. I, like, for instance, right now actually am working with, and I don't like to count chickens before they're hatched, but I am working with a private family in Douglas County who's opening a what's called a donor-directed fund with this, and that is they have had a liquidity event, they have a significant donation to make, and they want to say, this is kind of the areas we want it to go into. One of those areas is education. So in a case like that, what happens is I reach out to the other nonprofits, Foundation for Douglas County Schools as an example, and say, we have a possibility of this donor. We make those connections. This case, the donor wants to remain anonymous. This is where we fall in. They make the donation to us. They get their tax write-off through us. We follow by our agreement with them of how the funds are distributed. And if this was the case that it went to this program, that would be a transaction between us and all of those funds would be dispersed that way. So really, and then the fourth piece of that is that we help your foundation in terms of guidance and advocacy be a more efficient and effective one. Now, the piece that's left out of all of that is this, and I know you guys understand the intrinsic value of partnerships because, trust me, as most of you guys know, I've advocated very, very hard for the last couple tax asks of our citizens on behalf of Douglas County School District. And I got the same questions that you guys get. Well, I don't have kids, or my kids are all gone. Why should I have to participate? I shouldn't have to participate. And that argument is very simple and basic. There's an intrinsic value of supporting your community and lifting that tide, and all of our boats float higher. It's the same situation here. As the organization representing those 311 and hopefully 400 and 500 and so on nonprofits in Douglas County, your small partnership investment allows us to have that intrinsic partnership to help raise those tides so that when there are needs in our community and we have citizens who come in and go, I want to fulfill this need, teen suicide, mental health, drug abuse, education, sports, whatever it could be, we then become that organization that can help guide them through the process and get them there quicker and easier. A little side note, the foundation I met with today, it was interesting hearing her history. 6 years ago, she decided to start it after, if you guys remember, and I'm sorry to say this and from a negative standpoint, there were two separate incidences of moms who committed suicide with their kids. After that, she said, we've got to make a change. So she said, I want to start a nonprofit to help educate. And she did what a lot of people do, and she went and got the book, Nonprofits for Dummies. And she said it was the worst thing she could have ever read because she was more confused out of the back end than she was before she started it. I'm happy to say that in the 13 months, well, now we're almost at 17 months since I came on board with DCCF, I've helped start 2 family foundations and 3 other 501c3s in Douglas County. That's what we're really here for. And it's not just me, I'm not taking credit. I have a 27-person board that has a wealth of experience in the nonprofit world that I can't even scratch. So being able to have those resources together really helps those nonprofits thrive, and that talks to that intrinsic partnership value.
Great. So you see it's complementary, and I guess I would turn it over to Superintendent Kane to ask, have we consulted with our foundation, and are there some feelings or reactions from them?
So my recommendation would be that that we do consult with our foundation. That has not taken place yet. So that would definitely be a recommendation, and it is a conversation that Mr. Wade and I had because I had a similar question to yours, Director Ray, and Director Hansen and I have talked about it a little bit as well. So I think it would be good to have Mr. Wade come talk to our foundation to ensure that it feels complementary rather than, as you said, competitive. The second question I was waiting for someone to ask, so maybe I will just answer it anyway, is if we have budget capacity for this, the ask and the IGA. My answer would be it is not currently budgeted. However, if you were to decide to invest in that in the current year, we should be able to cover it with one-time funds, as we've been trying to do with many things throughout the district. However, as an ongoing commitment, and I believe I heard Mr. Wade say it would not be an ongoing commitment. As an ongoing commitment, I would have maybe a little bit more concern about how we dedicate the funds ongoing.
Thank you very much for that clarification. And I want to be just real straightforward with that because that's asked quite a bit. Our municipal jurisdictions do not have the legal capacity to bind future councils to financial commitments. That doesn't necessarily apply to all of the jurisdictions and organizations in Douglas County. Aside from that, my personal preference, I would never come forward and ask you guys for a larger commitment. I like to kind of put up or shut up kind of deal. So whether you had the capacity to go for a 5-year commitment or a 10-year commitment, I would only ever be asking for a year over year because it's my job to be standing here next year going, well, guess what? Now we've hit the $5 million mark, or now we've hit the $7 million mark, or here's how we want to keep going and how we can continue those partnerships.
Okay, I'll take a last question from Director A. I know we're over, but this may
have in front of you, and that was an older draft.
And then if a municipality on the list doesn't join the partnership, how does that impact?
It still continues. They're just taking off on the final.
So it doesn't change our share that says we have to up our share?
Nope, I'm not going to ask you guys for any more money.
Okay.
Now, if you guys at the graciousness of your heart want to give me a, couple $100,000, I'd sure love it, but I'm not going to ask for it. No, it does not change that percentage. The exact, I always forget the exact, $17,857 is what the ask is.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Wade.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
And we will move to item number 9, which is our Board
President Peterson. Could we please take 5?
Yeah, we can take 5.
Thank you.
All right, and without exception, we will take 10. So let's round up. Let's call it 1/4 after, and we will reconvene at 7:25. Into order. We are on item number 9, Board of Education discussion on N number 5. Thank you for having it on the screen, Mr. Blair. 15-minute discussion, and this will actually conclude our general discussion. Just for a recap, we started with mission and vision, and then we've been working through our goals, also known as our ends, one at a time. This will be the 5th one that we've worked through, and then in parallel, and we'll talk about this at the end under director remarks, we are going out and doing board engagement with the community. We started with students, and we'll have additional engagements to get feedback from the staff. What we are not doing tonight is we are not doing the monitoring report associated with N number 5. The superintendent and one of the directors has asked for a little extra time to work on that. We will expect to see that on the 28th. With that, I will open it up just as we have for the other 4 ends. Any discussion on N number 5, financial well-being, things that we believe we may want to tweak, need to adjust, change, or any other discussion by board members? I know Director Meek has some insights. Please go ahead.
Well, as I read through these, while I believe they're all critically important, I don't think they fit the definition of an ends. And so, and I know we said that's why we're reviewing these and we're taking our time and we're going to receive input. But if you're really looking at the true definition of ends, it's results or benefits for the students. And so they're not to describe the organization or even the results or benefits for staff. Because the district does not exist to be a good steward of financial resources. And that, if you're looking at the definition of what an ends is, that's how you would look at that. So they're really considered means, which is how we go about addressing the work. And they need to be addressed in a monitoring report focused on executive limitations, essentially. And I just fear that asking the superintendent to write a monitoring report based on ends might not make sense. I think, though, when you align the executive limitations to the ends, we do have policies on budgeting, financial administration, and asset protection, which I think gets into this area. And I realized that the district governance was really ripped apart under the reform years. And when the ends were written, there weren't monitoring reports in place. They were discontinued in 2011. And so I think it was an attempt to ensure that financial well-being would be elevated so that it's receiving the attention that it definitely needs to receive. And I think that was probably the intent of having it written into the ends. But if we are really trying to return monitoring reports, which I have heard, monitoring the executive limitations and the ends will get us to the point where I think we can address these things. And so I'm not suggesting that we change anything at this point in time. I think my recommendation would be asking for the focus to really be written around the executive limitations that deals with these areas. But I'm open to other people's ideas and interpretation, but that's how I look at this point in time.
Yeah, my notes on this reflect exactly what you just expressed. My big note is this a means, not an end, right? And to me, I share your goals. And again, to avoid the tyranny of metrics, if we have other things in place, if we can embed this in other reports or we have this covered in executive limitations, and certainly we have plenty of policy. Now, it may need review or revision, but we have plenty of policy around the how of finances. I would be, again, not looking to make any changes right now, but when we come back at the end of the year, this will probably be one of our biggest topics for our retreat at the end of this school year. A review of what we learned and what feedback we've received around mission, visions, and the ends, any potential revision that the board may want to take up on those. And then, as Director Ray has previously pointed out, kind of a prioritization and macro review of where's our policy, what needs revision, what needs to be taken care of. But I share exactly the same sentiments as Director Meek. Other directors, thoughts on either the overall and or the specific bullets? Director Williams.
I actually am in agreement with both Director Meek and Director Peterson. The one thing I would also say is just some of the feedback. I know we haven't gotten together as a board to talk about the feedback that we've received when talking about this in our board connections. But one of the things I heard was that maybe perhaps just moving financial stewardship into either mission or vision would be a good place to kind of put it, just some of the feedback I'm getting, not necessarily saying we need to change that, but certainly something to consider.
Other directors? Director Myers.
So, Director Meek, does that mean you would just, I mean, I'm not saying, I'm just asking, would we completely remove this then as an end? Because it will be a monitoring report?
So I think the recommendation would be that we look at our executive limitations for budgeting and financial administration and asset protection. Those are the three areas, and ensure that we have these values embedded within that language. And at that point in time, then I think it should be removed from the ends. It's just incorporated into our executive limitations. But I wouldn't do away with it unless, so basically all of our policies reflect our values, right? That there is articulated as boundaries that we give the superintendent through the executive limitations. And so I know some of those words are kind of confusing and wonky, but I believe that if we're able to put this in practice, we have focus, we have clarity, and if we're monitoring the executive limitations, it's just as important if it's covered there as if it were covered in the ends.
Yeah, and for folks that aren't following the wonkiness here, the ELs, or the executive limitations on the executive, on the superintendent, are mapped in our current monitoring reports. So not only do we have indicators that map to ends, we also have executive limitations that map to that. And I believe the ones that Director Meek is specifically referencing are EL 14, which is budgeting, EL 15, which is financial administration, and EL 16, which is asset protection, among others. But I agree that's something we could do. But I also agree we wouldn't pull it out of goals until we had established it somewhere else. And again, it would not actually be taking it out of monitoring reports. It would just redo the linkage of where we were monitoring it. Other directors, comments, questions? Director Ray.
Yeah, I'm still just processing what Director Meek said. So I'll process a little bit out loud. For me, the final bullet is kind of, to me, is worthy of an end. Just because I think in our district in particular, I think this is a grave concern. It's why we continue to go out for an MLO and a bond, because right now we're strapped with not having the financial resources to do all that we think we want to do in terms of how we take care of our staff and et cetera. So I guess I would hate to see financial well-being go off the map in terms of an end. I agree that these other ends seem more like a means than an end statement. But I do think we need to keep on the forefront that we do need to have a long-term solution for the financial stability of our district. I think that needs to be something that we do monitor. How are we doing that? I also would agree with Director Meek that I think we may want to discuss this, is I think I would rather see our superintendent and our cabinet spend more time on the ELs than trying to interpret these and come up with some metrics. I think it would be time better spent for them to focus on monitoring the ELs than this particular end. But I guess in the future, I'm just processing through wanting not to lose sight of that this is a grave concern of our district right now, is the financial stability, because it does impact our students. So I'm amenable to, if we need to reword it so it feels more like a end than a means, but I also just don't want us to lose sight that that is a big issue for us.
Any other directors? Okay, we will move on to the next, we'll move on to the next item.
Director Peterson?
Yeah, yes, go ahead.
So I don't know if we want to conclude the conversation, because I think I don't know if Superintendent Kane is already down the road in terms of interpreting the sub, and I certainly don't want to get in the way and say, okay, change course. But I think it's worthy of us bringing some closure just to make sure that Superintendent knows kind of what she's dealing with.
Yeah, certainly. I wasn't hoping to do a Lucy with the football here and say, hey, please give us a monitoring report on an end, which we're now yanking out from in front of you. Again, my intent is to continue the discussion around mission, vision, all the ends, and the other feedback. And then if we're going to take action, to do it at the end of the year. So Superintendent King, just to respond, I assume you are still planning, or do you have any concerns on that discussion with a monitoring report that is on end number 5 due on the 28th?
So first of all, thank you very much for giving my staff and I a little time to work with Director Meek. We appreciate that she is willing to give us her time in terms of working on the next monitoring report. So hopefully we can land in a good spot. Into our approach right now, and meeting with Director Meek, I'm sure we'll refine our approach, but our approach right now is that we do have the ends as they're written interpreted with indicators, and we also are working on pulling out the executive limitations and having indicators for each of those as well. So I think the result of what you all are discussing tonight ultimately will probably be the collapsing and simplification of that. So again, I do want to thank Director Meek for being willing to spend some time with us, and President Peterson for allowing the time in our schedule to be able to do that.
Okay, with that, we will move on to item number 10, assessment of board norms. This was something that was requested by Director Myers that we add to the agenda, and I know it's something that we put into effect at the beginning of the year. So with that, I will just open it up. First, I'll give the floor to Director Myers since she asked for the item, and then any discussion among directors.
I asked President Peterson to put this on the agenda, and I think it was probably in relation to the last board meeting, because we have our time limits for our agenda, but when we went to consent agenda and had, I believe, 3 items pulled, we had 5 items pulled, discussion was quite lengthy. And I think from listening to when we talked with Matt Cook with CASB, and just we might need to at this point maybe put some type of limit also now if we pull off a consent agenda. And I'm really just thinking that we had discussion about how deep in the weeds are we going with some of the topics that we're talking about, and maybe not trusting that some people are doing their jobs. And plus, I always want to just honor our cabinet that's here and our people that are here, and they're getting up and they're going to work the next day. And I know I just heard over and over from Matt Cook that an extension of a meeting, if we're going 5 and 6 hours in a meeting, what are we accomplishing? What are we doing? Where are we? Just have we not? I know there's things that need to be discussed, and maybe another thing that I thought about, maybe we had too many things on that night. I don't know. So just wanted to get back to our norms that we have here, get some time limits if things are pulled off the consent agenda, so we can get back on and start honoring people's time and being respectful.
I'll open up for discussion, questions, comments by other directors around the norms. Director Meek?
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I think it's really important for us to self-monitor, and I think that's what we've heard from Matt Cook. It's actually in our policies as well, that we will do self-reflection on each meeting, and we really haven't been doing that. So I think our self-evaluation is an important aspect of how we show accountability. And we've talked a lot about monitoring the executive limitations and the ends. We are responsible for monitoring our policies, our governance policies, and our linkage policies between the board and the superintendent. So, you know, I think we need to as aggressively look at how we monitor ourselves and hold ourselves accountable. And it's bigger than the norms. It's actually our policies. It's what we have promised our community that we would do through our policies. And so I suggest we put it on a future agenda item for us to talk through a little bit around how we might do that, because I do think it is really important that we're holding ourselves accountable just like we're asking others.
Other directors? Director Ray?
Yeah, I think Director Myers hit the nail on the head too, though. When we looked at last agenda, I think we had 38 items on the agenda. And I totally sympathize with Director Peterson, because I've tried to set agendas for 4 years and they always took me by surprise at times. You know, and I think the time that's recommended is always hard to predict that. You know, I don't know that I've ever seen us do anything in 5 minutes. And so when I see a 5-minute time parameter, I kind of smile, because I think there's no way that that's going to happen. But I do think it's hard when we have a pretty packed agenda. I know for me, even to get questions to staff when we have that many items, I mean, I was literally still working on my board packet before I walked out of the house on Tuesday, you know, just to really get a grasp of the things that we were to discuss. So I think it's a combination of the number of items we have. I do think Director Myers raises a question about the consent agenda. I do think it's worthy of us kind of pondering about the consent agenda, because the consent agenda certainly is intended for those items that are just tend to be routine and not items that maybe are new to us. So like a monitoring report, for instance, to me, probably shouldn't be on a consent agenda just because that was a new item, even though we talked about it in a work session. But I'm also wondering, I always try to figure out how can we be more efficient with that piece. You know, even if directors can kind of have a sneak peek at what's on the consent agenda, even before our Friday, it might give us an opportunity to let you know, if, gee, I'm not sure, I need to have this agenda item in a public discussion, but because I think the consent agenda is problematic. When we take off 5 items, it's going to throw our agenda completely off. So I'm open to thoughts as well. I appreciate Director Myers bringing it up, because I did feel like our last meeting was a little rocky just because of the number of items and because of the discussion did take a lot longer than we anticipated.
Yeah, and one of the things I can do is just in the either the recommendation or the summary for items on consent, just put a clause in there that said if pulled from consent, 15-minute discussion or something to try to bound it. And just remember, we've got a couple, back to Director Meek's comments, we have a couple board policies that direct how we do our business. And one of the bedrocks is BEDD, right? And I've got it sitting in front of me, and that's just where we generally commit to, hey, we're going to do Robert's Rules of Orders, right? Now, as everyone knows, there's looser enforcement, there's tighter enforcement, there's the strict parliamentarian questions that could come up. I mean, for people that haven't seen Robert's Rules of Order, it's thick, right? So I think our intent is to try to comply with that. In a couple areas, I think we can do better. Back to our norms that we adopted that are up on the screen. I think as a president, and I'm sure Director Ray will sympathize, your job is just to run the meeting, right? Now, you also are an elected director and need to represent a view, but really it's just to run the meeting efficiently, keep it moving on, and mainly maintain decorum. But it's also a team sport. So when we look at things like speaking up at the number one norm, speaking up or straying from the agenda or board norms, anyone can do that. We don't have to do it with, point of order and, all those things. Just, hey, a friendly reminder, Mr. President or Mr. Chair, we allotted 15 minutes. I'm trying to keep a timer on most of these and be generous with our speakers, but trying to hold us accountable. But it is difficult, as you said, even estimating these things. But where I think that would really help is the more directors that can attend agenda planning, because that's when the consent agenda gets stacked up. It's usually offered by the superintendent or staff that says, here's the must-dos. Some of them are statutory things. If you're at agenda planning and you say, whoa, hold on, this is one we need to discuss, we won't even put it, it won't even appear on consent. And in fact, if you say, not only do we need to discuss this, this might take a little bit of a conversation. You're not going to see 5 minutes, you're going to see 30 minutes or something. So again, we can all participate in that. And then we can all back each other up and help keep each other on time. Something I will try to commit to do is when we do have something like a 20-minute speech, I can do quick math, that's about 3 minutes a director. And via Roberts, we should make sure that every director gets at least an opportunity to speak prior to any director going back. And I am definitely guilty of that. Some other male directors that might be up here might be guilty of that sometimes. But I need to run that as the president and at least offer it up. And if the answer is, I don't have anything as a director, fine, we will continue to go back to other directors. And then maybe the last thing, and I just want to reemphasize this, if you go 1, 2, 3, 4, our shortest one, but maybe our most powerful one, assuming positive intent, that is deeply ingrained in Roberts, right? If you really read into Roberts, other than the president who needs to acknowledge specific directors, we shouldn't even be referring to each other by name. The director who previously spoke on executive limitations and stuff. And it's all designed to keep things professional, not personal. No ad hominem attacks, never, and I'm just reading from some Roberts guidelines here. It's never appropriate to question the motives of a fellow board member where present or absent. It's never appropriate to disparage another member, to call the member a liar, attack the personal character. I think we've actually done pretty good with that as a board this school year, certainly. So I'll commend us for committing to the intent of the norms, but to Director Meyer's point, we can all be a little bit better at following our norms, following Roberts a little bit, and specifically, thank you for your comment, be respectful to staff and everyone listening to try to keep things concise. And if the estimates are off, that's on me, but we can always decide as a board, hey, the 20 minutes have expired without objection, we need to continue. Or the answer is, yeah, with objection, we're done, right? We can always call the question and other stuff. But I do want to thank the other 6 members of the board for honestly, at least trying to commit to the norms and making a good faith effort, because that's what I've seen as the president. Any other comments, questions around board norms, Roberts, any of our policies? Director Williams.
Just quickly, I think for me, the board norm that speaks volumes would be the one of no surprises. And I think it's hard when I come to a meeting and I am told probably 5 items are going to get pulled from consent. And so it's just, I don't know how to fix that, because we're not allowed to send an email to everybody saying, hey, guess what, I'm going to pull this item. But I think that perhaps if there's a way, and maybe that's a discussion that we have to have, to notify staff that it's going to get pulled, or President Peterson, and then perhaps there's a way that we can all be notified so we can kind of know, because I was not prepared to get out of here after midnight last time. So that's kind of where I am.
Again, and just as one option I would offer, even if you can't attend agenda planning, which I know other people have commitments, I do appreciate, and I've gotten it from probably each director here, somebody said, hey, I'm not going to be there, but can you make sure this item is on? Or I have a concern about this thing. So I think directors have been good about getting those beforehand. But again, anytime you can attend agenda planning or preemptively communicate via email your desires, I think we've been pretty good about getting everybody's little items onto the agenda respectfully. So. Okay, and with that, we will wrap up. Thank you, Director Myers, for offering that for agenda. And we are now into Board of Education reports. And we are, with the recess, we're actually directly on time. Well, I'll make sure we add a 15-minute formal recess in. President reports. Board of Education regular meeting is scheduled for 28 February, so we're going to have a 3-week gap. But just as a heads up, we are going to have a 0-week gap. After that, we will go February 28th, March 7th, and then March 28th to accommodate the upcoming spring break. The next monitoring report on financial well-being, as we just discussed in number 5, will be discussed there. As Superintendent Kane mentioned in her superintendent remarks, we do have the survey for the educational equity policy. I encourage all stakeholders, if you want your voice heard, that is the best way at this point. Please fill out the survey. Please fill it out once or in your multiple individual roles if you have them. The Career Pathways Expo, again, Foot Stomper, February 16th at 6:30 if you are interested in some of the wonderful things we've heard tonight. Back to the Educational Equity Policy Survey, that will close on February 17th. So 10 more days to be able to answer things so the board can start, or excuse me, the district leadership can start aggregating that data. Agenda planning for the 28th February meeting will occur this Thursday, February 9th at 10:30. And when we get to the general director items, board committee and liaison reports, at that point, we'll just cover the student engagement that was conducted at Legacy Campus. Director Williams, Vice President items.
So I had to list my things down so I can make sure I didn't forget anything. But first, I just want to acknowledge our safety and security department because I went and witnessed a lockdown drill last week at Sagewood Middle School, and I was just so very impressed. So just shout out to all of our teachers that did an amazing job, but also law enforcement that was truly phenomenal. And then I also went and did a tour at Eagle Academy in Lone Tree, and they are one of our alt-ed high schools, and it was awesome. It was so cool watching those kids just be very engaged, and the teachers there are amazing, walking in, just witnessing some of the classes there, and the students were really great. And then the very next night, we had our board connections, and I'll let Director Meek kind of speak to more of the specifics, but I was just so incredibly proud of this district and our students, and just their way to communicate and let us know what their concerns were and the things that we're doing well, and just the opportunity to have that time with our students was pretty awesome. And Director Meek and I have been working on the next steps for this. So next Monday, the 13th, the 7 of us plus Superintendent Kane will be meeting with teachers throughout the district. And as of right now, I think we're at about 30, I think. We obviously welcome more, but we are looking forward to having that time as well with our teachers. And then LRPC was last week. We had the state demographer come in and give us a big presentation. And if you're into numbers and stuff like that, it was pretty fascinating to see all of the things that are happening here in Douglas County. And then last night, Director Weiniger and I had MBEC, and I think, I know Mr. Cosgrove came and he gave his presentation a lot around the boundaries and growth, decline, and that sort of thing. But also a couple of the members of MBEC gave their presentation on data and analysis of which areas within the county voted for primarily the 5A and 5B, and which areas were not. And that was very interesting to see numbers and where we have opportunity. Let's put it that way. So anyway, that's it.
And I believe Superintendent Kane, we have actually contracted for a consultant to assist with little postmortem analysis and strategy going forward around potential mill bond. Is that correct?
We are in the process of entering into a contract to do a post-election analysis in terms of research and some focus groups and general help with messaging for the district.
Okay, thank you. I forget which way we went last time. Do we have any volunteers? Thank you, Director Hansen.
Mine will be easy. Since we're running a few minutes behind and have several people waiting on us, I will just save mine, roll them over to the next meeting.
Okay, Director Ray.
Yeah, and I'll be concise too. I would just echo what Director Williams captured regarding our student engagement. Definitely one of my highlights being on this board is talking with our students. But I think two things that struck me about our students. One is that they advocate. Their self-advocacy just was, from Eagle Academy on to all the other high schools we talked to, there was really a confidence in being able to do that. But their pride for their school struck me too. Every group, there was just such pride for their school, their culture, the things that they were doing, and the ownership was just refreshing. So I would concur. It was definitely a favorite event and a highlight. So thanks.
Director Myers.
I agree. That was just a phenomenal night. That's my word tonight, I think. And I don't know if Director Williams, when she went to the school, then the kids, we had how many kids from Eagle Academy come? 5 that night. And I just can't even imagine as a student sitting in with a director or a superintendent of a school and having a conversation with them. And they just were so great in talking to us. And last week, because December was kind of the end of our year. And so now I feel like, okay, I'm back into visiting schools again. So I visited 2 charter schools last week, but I really want to give a thank you to Renee, because she just sets up the best schedules and has me on time. It's like she must know my driving time and how much I talk, that she gives me that time with the principal and at the school, and just how great a scheduler she is. So I'm glad I'm back visiting schools, and I always quote Mr. Windsor, that just the energy of, I mean, my grandkids give me energy, but going into a school just is so much energy with those kids, and even those little elementary guys, and they just love hugging. So it was a great time last week. Thank you.
Director Weiniger.
I think my only update that hasn't been covered is I had an MBOC meeting at Legacy, and they got an opportunity to see the tour and loved it, and they'll have another annual presentation for August for the bond money, and they appreciate the dinners served at the committee meetings now. So,
Director Meek.
In the interest of time, I'm not going to go into too much detail. Our engagement with the students, I mean, that's really where we are supposed to be spending our time, is with all of our people on whose behalf we're making decisions, right? And so I was floored by how deeply they thought about the questions and how seriously they took the opportunity. And like the one feedback that I haven't heard anyone say that was brought up, you know, technology is changing. Like, look at artificial intelligence, and how does that influence how we are looking at education, and how does that influence how we think about our end statements? And you know, they just had so many insights, and I don't want to shortchange those. So what I'd like to recommend is, following our next opportunity we have with the teacher engagement, if we could schedule board time to actually go through any of our reflections based on, you know, what we've learned. And we were able to do that a little bit, but we really didn't get to the questions around how did what we hear influence our thinking around ends, right? And so I think that's the piece that really needs to happen, and I don't want to shortchange that. And I think maybe we can combine students and teachers and do that kind of reflection at a future board meeting. So that's all I'll say about the student engagement piece. Long-range planning was phenomenal with the the demographer's presentation, and I do think we should probably send that out to everyone, because again, we're looking at trends that are influencing how we need to be thinking about engaging with our community. And the one stat that really jumped out at me, in Douglas County, the population of 65 and over is like twice as high as all the other counties and growing. It's a booming population. And so I think that should influence how we're thinking of our outreach and how we're reaching out to everyone. So anyway, I would encourage everyone to look at that presentation. And I think we'll leave it at that for now.
Okay, before we move to item number 14, Superintendent Kane, since you were part of our student engagement, did you have any reflections or just any other general comments?
First of all, I want to thank the Board of Education for including me in the engagements, and to Director Meek and Director Williams for working with staff to organize it. I thought it was amazing. But I also wanted to give all of you the feedback that we heard from principals that their kids came back to school and told their principals that they had had the most amazing evening ever, and that they absolutely loved being able to talk to the people in charge, and that they felt very listened to. And in particular, what I heard from Eagle Academy was that the kids felt so heard and so seen, but that was commented on by the Thunder Ridge by a number of our principals, who said the kids just came back bouncing and beaming at what a great experience they had had. So I just wanted to thank all of you for giving our kids that experience. So thank you. Oh, and I'm about to hit send on the demographer presentation to all 7 of you before it escapes my mind. Thank you.
Okay, with that, we're going to move into item number 14, convene an executive session. Before we do, we've had a habit as a board of adjourning the meeting, going into executive session. Mr. Blair turns off the recording, the meeting is officially over, and we take care of whatever's allowed under the revised statutes in executive session. Today's going to be a little bit different, just at a macro level. Before I read the legalese, the board is convening an executive session to consider a student expulsion appeal. So what you'll see tonight is I'll read a recommendation. I will entertain motions to go in executive session. At that point, the board will go back and receive just counsel legal advice from a third-party counsel. I'll name her here in a second. And then it'll basically form kind of like a hearing where we will have a representative from the district present a side of a case. We will have family members involved present the side of the case. When that is all done, the board will discuss with their legal counsel as required amongst themselves, but we do not make decisions in executive session. So what you will expect is Mr. Blair and team will keep the meeting open. This could be 30 minutes. This could be an hour and a half. I don't know. But we will come back into reconvene out here on the dais, and then there is action to be taken either to basically uphold the expulsion or to overturn the expulsion based on what happens in executive session. So for anyone staying tuned, the recording will stay on. We will be back at an indeterminate time, and the board will come out and take action in public regarding the expulsion. With that, I'll move into the formalities. The recommendation is that the Board of Education convenes an executive session, a closed session, pursuant to CRS 24-64024G, for the purposes of considering documents related to the student expulsion appeal that are protected under the mandatory non-disclosure provision of the Colorado Open Records Act, CRS 24-72204-3AI, and are pursuant to CRS 24-64024C for the purposes of hearing the appeal of the superintendent's decision to expel a student from school, a matter which is required to be kept confidential by the Family Educational Rights and Privacy Act, also known as FERPA, 20 U.S.C. 1232G 34 CFR Part 99, and pursuant to CRS 24-64024B, to conference with the district's attorneys to receive legal advice on specific legal specific legal questions related to the appeal of the decision to expel a student from school, and pursuant to CRS 24-64024H for purposes of holding discussion regarding an individual student expulsion matter in which public disclosure would adversely affect the person or persons involved. Before I entertain motions, the requester will be all board directors present. Superintendent Kane, Douglas County School District Counsel Mary Clemesh, Douglas County Assistant Counsel Wendy Jacobs, who will represent the district's administration, Kristen Egger from the law firm of Kaplan and Ernest, who will offer legal advice to the Board of Education, and the student, family members, and other representatives of the student involved in student expulsion appeal number 2022/23-01, and also Dr. Rex Kaur, who is the former principal of Castleview High School. With that, I will entertain any motions regarding the recommendation.
I move that the board move into executive session for the purpose stated in the statutory citation cited.
Second.
Motion by Ray, second by Hanson. I will now call the roll. Hanson?
Aye.
Meek?
Aye.
Myers?
Aye.
Peterson, aye. Ray?
Aye.
Williams?
Aye.
Weiniger?
Aye.
Passed by a vote of 7-0. We passed the 2/3 majority. The time is 8:07. At 8:15, we will convene in the superintendent's office, and then all the participants will receive additional instructions from there. We will again reconvene following executive session in open session. that appeal?
Due to the incredibly narrow scope of review this board was tasked with through the expulsion appeal process, I move that the board affirm the superintendent's June 21, 2022 decision in appeal number 2022-23-01 that a student be expelled from Douglas County School District through April 27, 2023, because as hard as this decision was and as much as at stake for this student, I believe the findings of fact from the initial hearing officer and the superintendent's determination are adequately supported by the record. And therefore, the board must adopt the determination of appeal and order of expulsion affirming the expulsion as presented. The superintendent should be directed to serve the determination and order on the student and the student's parents via hand delivery or email.
We have a motion by Hanson. Do we have a second prior to discussion?
Second.
We have a second by Meek. Discussion by the board, if there is any. Seeing no members for discussion, I will take the roll on the motion made by Director Hanson and seconded by Director Meek. Calling the roll, Director Hanson.
Aye.
Director Meek.
Aye.
Director Myers.
Aye.
Director Peterson, aye. Director Ray.
Aye.
Director Williams.
Aye.
Director Weiniger.
No.
Director Weiniger is a no. We have a motion passed by a vote of 6-1. And at this point, we will sign any documentation, and per the motion, Superintendent Kane will deliver notice tomorrow as available. Okay, and we'll move on to item number 16, adjournment. Do I have a motion to adjourn the meeting?
Motion to adjourn.
Motion by Ray. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Myers. I will call the roll. Hanson.
Aye.
Meek.
Aye.
Myers.
Aye.
Peterson. Aye. Ray.
Aye.
Williams.
Aye.
Weiniger.
Aye.
Motion is passed 7-0. This meeting of the Board of Education is hereby adjourned.